The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's up, gang? Hi. Happy, good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Oh, Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
How's your car?
Dude, I'm so frustrated. I'm so annoyed. Do you want me to get right into it?
Well, Bill told me. I hadn't seen it.
I just saw in your story that you were at the Impound lot. I didn't know if it was for your car or you were just hanging out.
Well, it is.
Well, not the
hot
improv,
spot.
the impound.
What's that?
I said it is a hot spot
Yeah.
for hangs. You know.
There's always people there.
People getting discovered, you know. Somebody might also be in the business. They get their car impounded. Boom, all of a sudden, best friends with Jerry Seinfeld.
Honestly, that would be something that would happen in my life. I feel like I have weird interactions like that all the time. No, Saturday, I was so frustrated. I wanted to buy, there's this like Turkish lamp shop on the main drag through where I live, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The part of Astoria I'm in New York is all Middle Eastern people, pretty much. It's like Greek and Turkish and like everything, lots of different cultures, lots of different races.
A lot of taffy shops.
No taffy shops. Was that a joke?
Turkish taffy?
Oh, I've never heard of. I've heard of saltwater taffy.
Well, it started somewhere, and that was Turkey.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. So there's like a Turkish lamp store that I walk past every day that I'm like, you know what? One of these days I'm going to go in there. I'm going to buy a lamp. Right next to the lamp store is a plant store. So on Saturday I said, you know what? I'm going to take my car the 2 blocks to this lamp and plant area, and I'm going to get some houseplants. I'm going to get a lamp, and we're going to have a fun little afternoon buying things to decorate my apartment. And so I did those things, and then when I came back out, my car was gone. And I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. Like, there's not any no parking signs. There's nothing. There's no indication as to any reason why my car should be gone.
So you've got an arm full of new items for your home and nothing to carry them.
Well, I came out to put the lamp in my trunk before I went into the plant store. So I went into the plant store to look. Then I bought the lamp, and then I was going back to the plant store to purchase what I had decided on. 'Cause I had to look up if they were like toxic to cats and stuff like that. So, no car. I'm like, great, this is amazing. And then there's a sign that's like, hey, if your car's been towed or removed or stolen, call this number. So I called the number, and I'm like, what's going on? And the lady tells me my car's been impounded, but she doesn't know why. There's no reason. She just can tell me that it's at the Queen's Toe Pound, and she connected me. So this is at Saturday, probably around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And the Queen's Toe Pound is closed Saturday at 3. So I couldn't get it Saturday. There's no one to talk to Sunday because they're also closed on
Wait,
Sunday.
they took your car after the impound lot had actually closed.
Yes, they took my car after. So
They're
there
pretty
wasn't
slick,
anything
boy.
I could have done about it even if I tried.
Yeah.
Because the impound lot closes at 3. They took my car at I think the ticket said 6:57. So I'm like, yeah, there's nothing I could have done anyway. So I called them this morning and I was like, hey, can you tell me what happened? Like, there weren't any signs, there weren't any of this. They were like, you were parked too close to a fire hydrant. And I was like, no, I wasn't, because I've seen people parked, inches from a fire hydrant and have never had their car towed. I was at least 2 feet from this fire hydrant. And she said, you have to be within 3 feet on either side of a fire hydrant. And I'm like, I am telling you, you could walk around New York City right now and you would not see 3 feet near any fire
Right.
hydrant. Not a single one. And I was like, I can't argue with her. She's like, that's what the law is. It's 3 feet on either side, blah, blah, blah.
They're also picking off cars all the time for that, because I got popped for that when I went out there in 2016.
But I'm wondering if it's because I had Ohio plates.
Oh, probably, yeah.
That didn't help.
Right, because they're like, oh, this tourist, we can get her and just tell her anything. You know what I mean? So
You got to put a tape measure in the glove box.
Apparently, yeah.
But then you got to
like,
stand there and wait for it, because they're just going to grab your car anyway.
Well, that's the thing that was annoying, is that I was like, I made sure that I was not right up on this fire hydrant. Was I near a fire hydrant? Yes. I didn't think I was too close based on everything I've seen. So they were like, okay, it's 3 feet. I'm like, whatever. So $185 for the tow.
That's not bad.
Oh, is it? Because then I have to pay a $115 ticket on top of that.
Yeah, but all
it's
told.
not just the tow.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
$300.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
That's not bad. That's just a day for you? To
Well,
just go
when I
spend
moved back to
$300?
Chicago, I got towed twice in a week, and it was $500 a pop.
Yeah.
So it could listen. That's not fun. That's money you hadn't accounted for, right?
No.
Yeah, but it still sucks. But it could have been a hell of a lot worse.
$300. And my lamp cost me $60. So I got a $360 lamp, and I'm not exaggerating. Every time I look at that lamp, I get angry now. Where I'm like, I don't even want this in my house. Like, this is like bad vibes, because now, and I asked the lady, I was like, I have to pay this ticket on top of the tow fee? And she was like, yeah, you're lucky you didn't get booted. And I was like, well, what determines that? And she goes, whoever finds you. I was like, excuse me? And she was like,
I thought you
well,
got booted after multiple unpaid tickets.
Yeah. No, apparently she said.
Multiple infractions, I thought, warranted the boot.
She said there's people who can boot you for a fire hydrant, but it depends on who finds your car. So if the person who is just a meter maid, you'll just get a ticket. They won't tow you. If there's a tow truck driving around, you get a ticket and a tow. If there's a boot person, you get booted, towed, and ticketed.
Wait a second. So she's telling you there's nothing I can do because that's the law. But depending on how that other person is feeling that day, that's what happened. They're like, law schmaw.
That's what I said. I was like, so just based on the attitude of the person, that determines how much money? And she goes, no, it depends on the title of the person. So if the person is only like a meter maid's not the right word, but whatever, the parking meter enforcement, then you're just going to get ticketed. If a tow truck, like an NYPD tow truck, finds you, then you get a ticket and a tow.
Oh,
and then she said there's a third group of people who do the boots. And if a boot person finds you, you get a ticket, a tow, and a boot.
So they don't have the barnacle people out in force yet then?
Not yet.
You come out and go, hey, there's a barnacle on my windshield.
They tow you and boot you?
They would do all three.
That's crazy.
If a boot person finds you, they tow it to the impound, boot it at the impound,
you get the
and
hat
then
trick.
you have to get a ticket too.
Wow.
So you have to pay to have the boot removed. You have to pay for the tow. So she was telling me, like, you're lucky. You should be happy. You should be glad. You didn't even have a boot on there.
That is a classic sign of like how abuse works, where they're like the iceberg slim type thing, where he beats you with a coat hanger and then washes your wounds and says, "See, I take care of you." When you're the ones that abusing me.
Yeah. Well, she also probably could have, if she wanted to, she could have made all that up. Just to get to, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, that's what she said. I don't know how much.
So
of it
you
is
do
true.
or do not have your car back?
I do have my car back.
You do have your car
It was actually
back.
a pretty quick process. Like, once I got to the impound lot,
you had to take a bus?
It wasn't bad. No, I know the bus, dude. The bus was gonna take an hour and 40 minutes to go, like,
to get a few blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like a $20 Uber, so I just took an Uber because I was like, screw that. I'm not waiting an hour and 40 minutes. Because then I was like, I've gone to some tow lots where you're there for an hour. They're like trying to find your car and they
Yeah.
don't know who brought it in. So I was like, I'm not going to take an hour and 40 minutes to get there.
Like,
on
clearly
top
you
of
guys
how
have
long
to
it's
have
gonna
some
take.
kind of system here. Yes, like a cataloging, a computer.
Well-
It never seems like they do. They're just like, they're eyeballing it. Hey,
So it's
where's that
huge.
car we brought in?
The impound lot is for all of Queens, all right? So you go and you pay your stuff and they give you like your receipt. You have to take the receipt into the actual lot itself, which is gated. And then you go into a cop car. And I like handed the lady my ticket and she was like, do you have an alarm on your car? And I was like, yeah. She goes, go ahead and set it off. And I was like, okay. So I like have my arm out the window just setting off my car alarm. And we were just driving around this impound lot until we heard my car. And probably 2 or 3 minutes in, I was like, I mean, it was brought in on Saturday. I don't know if that helps you at all. And she started laughing. She goes, there's no rhyme or reason here. She goes, they park it wherever the closest spot that they can find to whoever tows it. So we were just driving around while I set off the alarm for the impound lot. It was crazy.
That's how they had enough material to do a show called Parking Wars, where people would just scream at other people over their parking. Wow. But you got it back.
I got it back. I learned.
Were there any condoms or poops in the back seat or anything?
No.
Oh,
From
good.
Mike and the Boys.
Dirty Mike and the Boys.
Dirty Mike and the Boys.
Nothing like that.
Oh,
But
that's good.
I do now have a $360 desk lamp.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
380 because you had to pay for that Uber too.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And I had to Uber to and from my shows last night because the train wasn't running. So it's really like a $420.
It's a big weekend for you.
Big weekend for
Wow. Good sets at least.
Yeah. Great
Okay,
sets,
good.
really
Well,
fun.
it's
Yeah.
all worth it. Life in the city. All right, I'm going to break here. I will have $1,000. Boy, doesn't that sound nice? $1,000 for you. Coming up at 2:30. That's the next keyword you're going to get to win $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Join us for iHeartRadio Live with John Bon Jovi.
Legendary.
Celebrating Thank You Good Night. The Bon Jovi Story. Presented by Hulu.
I wanted everybody to tell their story.
Featuring an exclusive interview.
And for the rest of us to see it when it was put together.
Watch it now on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel.
Presented by Hulu, where you can stream your favorite shows, hit movies, original series, animation, and of course, the exclusive 4-part event. Thank You, Good Night, The Bon Jovi Story. Now streaming only on Hulu.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
For the ones who work hard
Alan Cox.
To occupy the city.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. I have more money for you here. About 10 minutes, 9-10 minutes. Listen for those keywords. You will get 4 of them from me, and then we'll start it up all over again tomorrow morning. $1,000 each time from the Buzzard bookie. Guardians and Cavs have 2 very different weekends. Guardians, I think, end up taking, they won once, maybe.
They won 1 out of 2.
Yeah.
1 out of 3, I'm sorry.
Played the Braves in Atlanta. They start up against the Astros in Houston. Guards are still at the top of the division, though. 8-10 tomorrow night is the first pitch. Cavs off tonight as well. That series is now even at 2 games apiece. They went into Orlando, having won the first 2 games. They come back kind of fighting for their lives now. So Cavs, Magic, Game 5. I will have tickets for you tomorrow for Game 5. I'm going to send you out again. Last time we had Rob out with tickets, and I'll give you a handful of clues and tell you where you can find them. I will hold back a pair to give away here on the air for people who aren't especially mobile tomorrow afternoon. I understand that too. But Game 5 is tomorrow night back here at the Romo Fijo. That might just be the shot in the arm that the Cavaliers need to put this thing to bed. So Games 5 and 6 will be Game 6 is back in Orlando.
Yeah.
All right, well, then they got to do something tomorrow.
Yeah, because it goes
back and forth.
Cleveland and Orlando, and then that way if there's a Game 7, Cleveland's got home court advantage.
There you go. So 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Cavs at the Romo Fijo against Orlando. I will have pairs of tickets for you tomorrow afternoon for Game 5. I have been inundated since I said it last week because you can do it so quickly. And we've played around with it, but the audience has a lot of fun with making AI songs about this show. And it takes no time at all. You type in a handful of keywords about anything somebody's talking about, and it's going to kick back an AI song. Eric is one of our bureau chiefs in Pennsylvania. He's in Penn Hills there outside Pittsburgh. And just in that break alone, he created a song about Mary's car getting towed.
Oh, wow.
It's called Ticket, Tow, and Boot. Did you see? I think he CC'd you on the email. I didn't know if you had seen it or not.
No.
Ticket, Tow, and Boot is the song. A rap song about Mary losing her car while Turkish lamp shopping.
Oh, perfect.
That's how it opens up, in fact.
Turkish lamp shopping in NYC. Trying to find a perfect life for me. But I lost my car, man, it's a tragedy. Now I'm stuck in the city, can't even get a taxi. Fancy boutiques, shining like a star. But I'm searching through the streets, ain't gon' that far. Got a ticket on my windshield, that's a start. Now I'm freaking out, my car's about to depart. Dodging pedestrians and street vendors. Can't find my ride, got my temper getting slender. Then I see the tow truck, big and heavy. He took my car, I was shopping for confetti.
My temper's getting slender. They took my car while I was shopping for confetti. Well, there you go. Thank you, Eric. Ticket, Tow, and Boot, the latest AI song there about Mary's car getting impounded. But wow. Yeah, I have a handful of those that the audience has submitted to me over the course of the weekend that I'll play for you later on. I had no fewer than 2 AI-created songs about Bill's farts.
Oh.
Somebody wrote me one called 1/4 of a Bagel. So we'll do that one later on. So anyway, Cavs, Guardians, both playing tomorrow night. Some people speculating, in fact, that Cavs head coach VX Herky Jerky might have his job on the line after this series. I don't know how likely that is. I am nowhere.
If he loses this series, he's definitely gone.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, I think so.
Oh, okay.
Sure, yeah.
Why? Because they were up 2?
Well, they're up 2, and then it's not that they're just losing on the road; they're getting destroyed on the road, and was a little bit on the hot seat last year after how things went in the playoffs against the Knicks.
Yeah, okay.
So he's on a short leash here.
Game 3 was 121-83, which is a blowout. They said that was the worst postseason Cavs loss ever. And then Saturday was 112-89. So they're not even getting triple digits down there right now.
They're not doing
Oof.
Great.
Why does so much of this fall on the coach? And I know that might sound like a stupid question, but can't the players, if the coach calls a huddle and decides we're going to do a stupid play, can't the players be like, no?
Well, it falls on the coach because it's not so much about the. I mean, you can't fire the players for one. Like, you can trade them, but you can cut them,
Right.
but you're
Still paying them.
It still goes against the salary cap. So it falls on the coach. And also, the coach has the plan. And so if he's saying, hey, go out and play this way, and they're not making adjustments, he's not putting the right guys in, he's not coming up with a strategy that is successful, which is what you see, then it's all on his shoulders because he's the leader of the team. So, I mean, there's obviously people are talking about how certain players aren't showing up and playing as well, but the only thing you can really do, I mean, you can trade players and you can fire the coach. But right now, the biggest thing is the coach is not living up to the expectations.
I don't know a lot about basketball either. So part two, I might be thinking of this from like a football perspective where like you call a play before every down, right?
Right.
How does that work in basketball? Because
I mean, they have plays that they run.
But it's mostly you're just reacting, right?
I mean, there's a lot more of that. But, I mean, it's defensive strategies, and it's also the lineup that you're putting in there, and then just ways to motivate the team. I mean, basketball is a tricky sport like that because there are absolutely great coaches that are able to, guide a team. Phil Jackson did it with the Lakers. He did it with the Bulls. I mean, he had amazing players on those teams, but he was able to manage those egos. And I think basketball is about that. It's getting guys to do the little things that they don't want to do because they all think they're superstars. So there's a lot of people, like, you're more of a manager similar to baseball than a coach like football. Football is a lot more strategy. Basketball has a lot of X's and O's, and there's a lot of going on there, but it's not just having those X's and O's, it's having your players intuitively
work in concert with each other.
React with each other because it has to.
Seems like it would fall on the players.
But again, you can't fire the players.
So that kind of sucks to be a coach.
I mean,
he still get paid.
Yeah, but if your players aren't doing what they can or should be doing,
and that's why it's so important to have.
Job.
But that's why it's so important to have a coach that can get through the players and say, "Hey, this is how we're going to get things done." And you see what the other team's doing, and then you try and adjust to shut that down. And a lot of the problems with JB is he doesn't change his strategy. Like, he goes into a game, he's like, this is what we're going to do. It's either going to work or it's not. And he doesn't make in-game adjustments at all. Like, you can bring in other players. You can say, okay, you're out there, you're dog crap right now. I'm going to sit you down. I'm going to bring in somebody else just to try and motivate you. And he doesn't seem to do that very often, if at all.
You wouldn't even think they'd get to the postseason with not making any adjustments in game.
Yeah, I mean, these are just also thoughts that people share on Twitter and stuff like that. So I don't know. Like, I love basketball. I know a lot about basketball, but I don't know strategies and X's and O's like that. If somebody that's an actual basketball coach can, or like knows the game better than me, can probably explain it better. But for a lot of it is just, one, you can fire the coach. Two, you got to get those guys to play. You got to maximize their talent. You got to get them to stay in the game too. Like, and that's another thing is keeping your guys invested when they're down. And that's the whole thing with this Magic series is once they get down by 5 or 6 points, they seem to be like, oh, well, that's it. And then all of a sudden they're down by 30. There's just like a lack of effort overall.
I was reading that the Cavs have someone writing an article that it's more than the coach. They said that the Cavs have been in 9 postseason games in the last 2 years, and one time they've scored at least 100 points.
Yeah,
once in 9 postseason games.
Well, that's why I say it falls on the coach's shoulders because that's the scapegoat in these situations. But there is definitely a lot of players underperforming. Darius Garland has not had great games. Evan Mobley has not had great games. And these are guys that they've are some of their better players, and they're just not showing up.
And the coach is always the easiest guy to focus your ire on anyway. It's one guy rather than laying out an entire team and going, where do we need work? Who's not doing this?
I mean,
you look at the coach and go, that guy.
You look at those guys and you want them to maximize their talents because they're all very good.
Yeah.
And that's what makes someone, a very good coach. Like the guy that won Coach of the Year for the Thunder was, pretty unknown. I don't even think he's 40. He's a young dude. I can't remember his name right now, but he's got
Mark Daigneault.
Yeah, he's got a really young roster, but he gets those guys to play hard and play with each other, and and they're the number one seed, and I think they have a chance of winning a championship because they play so hard for that coach. They always say they use the term leader of men,
like the Nickelback song.
Yeah, so they got is that a song?
Yeah, it's their first one and best one. They never did better than Leader of Men.
I don't know
Never
that
heard
song.
that one.
Huh. I guess you don't go as far back with Nickelback as I do, Mary.
No, I am not old.
Ellen, why would Mary be better if somebody just stole her car and she collected the insurance money?
Honestly, I mean, it's paid off at this point.
I was going to say, I don't know if that's really the best strategy, but there it is.
And let's be honest. I mean, I don't know the laws. I didn't know it was, the ticket said parked within 3 feet. I don't know if that's the general rule or whatever, but it's my fault. Like, I was parked too close to a fire hydrant, but I'm going based off of, hey, this is what I've seen everybody else do, which is never a good strategy when it comes to laws. When it's like, well, that guy stole, why can't I? You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I was just like, oh, I've seen cars parked a lot closer than this, so they didn't get towed. I probably won't either.
Cavs were leading at halftime, then got outscored 37-10 in the third quarter. Donovan Mitchell didn't score a single point in the second half.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
good.
that's not a good recipe for success. I mean, by anyone's measure, irrespective of what the coach is doing. Let me give you this money here. It is $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie, about 30 past every hour. All day long, you get this money, so I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Jerry Seinfeld is 70 years old today. He's been doing a lot of interviews because he's doing promotion for his new movie, which is called
B-Movie 2.
Unfrosted. A joke that he did a long time ago about the Pop-Tart. It was pitched to him by some writer buddies of his. They said, this could be a movie. And he said, no, it couldn't. There's not that much there. And so they, I guess, had some meetings, and they really fleshed it out for him. They said, if it's like The Right Stuff, remember that movie, The Right Stuff, about the space race? They said, if we kind of pitch it like that, and this is coming out, I think, on Friday on Netflix, and it's basically everyone is in this movie. Bill Burr is in it. I think he plays Kennedy. And Jim Gaffigan's in it, Melissa McCarthy, and Kyle Dunnigan, and Fred Armisen, and everybody and anybody is in this movie. And Jerry Seinfeld, I'm a huge Jerry Seinfeld fan. Ironically, I've always kind of bet, I think his comedy's great. It's undeniable. It doesn't always scratch me where I itch. I'm so appreciative of his approach to the whole process and how he analyzes stuff. I've seen him live a number of times, and I'm not like crying laughing, but he's one of the best at what he does. He's 70 years old, and he's got some new fans, even at 70, some brand new fans over there at Fox News, because he did an hour-long podcast with The New Yorker. I was listening to it on my way into work this morning. And in a comment he made that was about 3 seconds long, boy, they love it over there at Fox News. They are his biggest fans now because of what he said on this podcast.
Nothing really affects comedy. People always need it. They need it so badly, and they don't get it. It used to be you would go home at the end of the day, most people would go, oh, Cheers is on, oh, MASH is on, oh, Mary Tyler Moore is on, All in the Family's on. You just expected, there'll be some funny stuff we can watch on TV tonight. Well, guess what? Where is it? This is the result of the extreme left and PC crap, and people worrying so much about offending other people. When you write a script and it goes into 4 or 5 different hands, committees, groups, here's our thought about this joke, well, that's the end of your comedy. They move the gates, like in skiing. Culture, the gates are moving. Your job is to be agile and clever enough that wherever they put the gates, I'm going to make the gate.
Yeah, they love Jerry now because of, he mentioned left-wing crap. PC wing crap. Yeah, right. The thing is, Jerry Seinfeld doesn't care about any of that stuff. He doesn't care about anything that's not in service to comedy, right?
But he also doesn't do anything that's offensive. Like, he's not an offensive comic. He never has been.
Right.
And even when he talks about, a few years ago, there was a thing about him like, oh, you can't go to colleges anymore because they're too offended. They're too sensitive. And it's like, I don't think anybody was offended by this stuff. I just don't think the college kids were relating to the material you're doing because it's not
but also
anything that they're, I mean,
right, but
it's a different audience.
But also, I think the point is that
bring back MASH.
What makes people upset, you never know what that's going to be. There's been no shortage of things that on the surface are absolutely mundane and inconsequential that take on a life of their own if people get pissed off about them. So it's not that he's wrong. It's just that it's funny that that's what some people have glommed onto as that little thing.
Also, there's still a million funny shows that push the envelope, that do different stuff. It's just streaming services have fragmented everything to a point where there's too much to choose from. There are so many options now that it's hard for anything to become a cultural phenomenon the way that MASH and Cheers were back when there was 4 channels and everybody watched pretty much the same shows.
And now when something does blow up, it's massive for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then there's a new show. And then they move on to something else.
But
Honestly, though, but to his point...
Great, a girl.
Great, a girl saying it. No, but I mean, I don't see how you can interpret this any other way. The writers of The Office have even said, we cannot make this show today.
That's right. That's why I said
out.
he's not wrong. But to his point, too, the gates move. And you have to adapt to that. So people are like, you can't do anything. Of course you can. You just have to come up with something different. You have to come up with a different way to say something. There are all kinds of comics who touch on really dark subjects, but they're very literate about it, right? They have a good command of explaining themselves. They have a way of making it palatable. You know, if you're going out and being very kind of, and again, it's just a matter of different styles. But you can get away with talking about anything you want to if it's couched in the right way.
That's different than a TV show, though.
No, you're right.
He's talking about making TV.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
trust
in
me,
that
I've been,
sense-
I've been watching The Office from the beginning. I'm like halfway through season 3 because I don't watch it every day, you know. But I'll go to it if I'm looking for something to watch. I'm like, screw it, because I'm watching them in succession. And yes, some of those, and we're talking, 15 years ago? Almost 20 years ago for The Office? Some of them you're like, oh.
Well, because...
But that was then. That was then.
And that was then. And that was also a different time because, you know, like the episode where he's trying to, like, he kisses Oscar and he's trying to learn about how to accept someone for being gay. And that was a time in the country when gay marriage was not legal. And so you have to, like, you can't write that episode today, not just because of how the gates have moved, but because how you'd have to approach it. You'd have to write a different version of that. And a lot of those things have been talked about to death, and people are just like, I don't really want to hear that stuff.
Well, and also that character was always, Michael Scott was always the buffoon, too.
Yeah.
Even then, it wasn't like he was the cool guy.
But it's also, I mean, you still got South Park on. You still got Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You have shows that are doing stuff that's not politically correct, that is, you know, considered offensive, and they're getting away with it because they have that audience. And then you also have shows like The Righteous Gemstones, which is incredibly funny, and they push the envelope in all sorts of directions that you're not even thinking about, where you're just like, oh, that was just a wild thing to do.
Yeah, one guy in that show was running around the house with a pickle in his mouth.
That's misbehaving.
Crazy.
How are we feeling about 70?
I don't really have any interest in it.
You don't have any interest in it?
No.
Why Well, but you're turning it. So what do? Just ignore it?
I kind of like, you know what it is? It's, boy, I could really live with a lot less stuff, things, people.
Then do it.
Activities. I'm not doing nothing anymore.
That's how you feel?
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna essentialize now.
Okay.
I like to essentialize, I like to purify, I like to streamline.
Oh, I like all those words.
Yeah.
Good.
This is where the life gets better.
Yeah.
Not adding more.
No. So
add
no
less.
So no
add
party.
less.
Subtraction. No party.
No. Chicken parm.
That's all that's happening.
Yeah.
So Jerry Seinfeld is 70 today. That was him on the Today Show talking with Hoda Kotb and George Bush's daughter. And, yeah, listen, the kids are almost all out of the house, right? Almost an empty nester on into the great unknown.
Can you imagine being a 70-year-old and not being an empty nester?
I know, right? Well, he's an old dad, just like me. I got to take a break here. You want to get a text to me, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. You can listen anywhere you are on your phone on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Christine Olney, governor of South Carolina, wrote in a new book she has coming out that she shot and killed a puppy because it wasn't going to make a good hunting dog. That sounds like something Doogie would do. Not kill it, but you gave away a puppy once.
I gave the dog away because I knew I couldn't handle it, and he was driving me crazy. So I had my gynecologist take my dog. I think they call him Lefty now because he had some kind of testicle problem.
Because he was lefty behind by his owner.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Here's what's
more authentic, where people greet you with a smile and experiences feel down to earth, yet elevated. From Appalachian art to wineries and craft breweries, live music to a lively spirit. This is West Virginia. We call it almost heaven. Plan your getaway now at wvtourism.com.
Help us celebrate Conrad's 55th anniversary with great savings. Come in today for $5 off any oil change and get $5 off any fluid exchange service. Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, it's a return of Opeth. If you like your Swedish prog metal, as Swedish and as proggy as you can possibly get, Opeth are on the road. The second night of the new tour is here in Cleveland. They'll kick it off on Friday, October the 11th, I think in Milwaukee, but the next night they're here, the world-famous Agora. Saturday, October 12th, to see Opeth. AXS.com has the details on the show. Caller 10, you'll get the first pair from me this week. 2 for Opeth. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Allen Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Has Brian ever listened to Opeth? You're a pretty good drummer.
This doesn't sound familiar to me.
No.
This isn't bad.
No, some of their stuff gets really heavy. That's the stuff I like. But a lot of it is like this. It's kind of more
It
proggy.
sounds like rock.
Like what?
Rock music.
Oh, well, they are a rock band, yeah.
But I'm saying it doesn't sound like metal at all. I would not listen to this and be like, that's a metal band.
Oh, some of their stuff, yeah. Yeah, not a lot of Wurlitzer organs or whatever, the Hammond B3, whatever that is, in heavy metal. But, yeah, so if you're into Opeth, I will have those tickets for you all week. I'm going to put you at that Aerosmith. That'll be the last show they ever do in Cleveland because it's on the farewell tour. So about a half an hour, I'll have those Aerosmith passes for you. Want to go see Under Oath? We'll do that later on. Descendants and Circle Jerks are coming through in September if you want to go more punk hardcore. So I will do those for you all this week. I will have Game 5 Cavs playoff tickets for you tomorrow. They're back here at home to play the Magic. I'm going to send you out with some clues, and you'll have to find out where we're standing there holding them. And then I'll give away a pair on the air later in the show. Tomorrow. Also, Kathy Griffin on the show tomorrow. She's coming through to do the Agora on May 11th. Which is probably what is the 11th of May.
Saturday.
That is a Saturday night. So
Not this Saturday, next Saturday.
Kathy Griffin, My Life on the PTSD List. It's the name of her tour. I always like talking to her. And she's doing the Agora that night. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. I like to know where people are. Make sure that they're on the map. You can always leave us messages, too.
Hey, Alan, hate the show. Speaking of Seinfeld, it's so wild how politically correct everything has become. I mean, you can't even be a 38-year-old dating a 17-year-old high schooler anymore. I mean, these woke liberals have just destroyed our country.
I see what he's doing. People like to, once people... That's probably why Jerry Seinfeld has a little bit of a bee in his bonnet over what he calls the extreme left, because those are the same people who kind of dug back into his past, right? Kids who had no clue who Jerry Seinfeld was would dig back and go, wait a second, this dude was dating a high school girl when he was 40, and he did. Of course, he said he waited till she was 18, but
he did it the right way.
The right way.
He's like, I intended on dating her when she was 17, but I was like, I'm going to wait.
And I'll wait a little bit longer. We will burnish our relationship as friends. And then on that 18th birthday, it's going to be champagne and a suite at the Waldorf
illegal.
Astoria. Yeah.
Still illegal.
What is?
Champagne for an 18-year-old.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But once you get her up in that suite. Yeah, Shoshana Lonstein was the girl. And back in the 90s, boy, that was on every tabloid. Jerry Seinfeld's high school girlfriend. People made fun of him publicly and privately. She's pretty cute, though. I mean, he was just looking for a nice Jewish girl. And he found with Shoshana Lonstein. And they went out for a while. I think they went out like 5 or 6 years. Took her to the Oscars, took her to the Emmys, took her everywhere. And she looked like a high school girl. But, speaking of which, I got the press release this morning that Dane Cook is back on tour. His wife is very young. The Fresh New Flavor Tour, Dane Cook.
Is it about his wife?
What's that? Fresh New Flavor? Yeah. I don't know what it's about. October 24th, he is going to do the Akron Civic Theater. Those tickets will go on sale this Friday morning at 10 o'clock. So if you've missed Dane Cook, he's coming back. He and his girlfriend got married last fall. He is 26 years older than she is. They began dating when she was 18 and he was 45. Of course, a lot of people were like, didn't wait that long. But, boy, all these older guys, unbelievably, just meeting 18-year-old girls. They're always 18 when they meet. Oh.
How lucky.
How lucky are they?
Wow. The universe, man?
Once you manifest it.
Bringing people together.
They dated for 6 years. Kelsey Taylor is his wife now. She was a Pilates instructor. And they got married in Hawaii last fall. She was 18 and he was 45. He's 52 now. Simply no idea how old that makes her. But yes, she
52.
is. I'm sorry?
52.
She is considerably younger than he is. But who cares? Right? If you found love, would they say the same thing about a 52-year-old woman and an 18-year-old man? I don't know.
Adrian Iapolucci went before me last night on the show, and she's been on
Oh,
our
she's
show
a
before.
big fan of mine.
Yeah, she loves you guys.
Oh, yeah, sure does.
She has that very dark, very not even anti-woke, but she has an incredibly dark sense of humor. But you're talking about old guys and young girls, and she was saying how the left isn't as open as they think they are because, they say love is love, but in situations like this, it's not allowed. Or she's like, or all of a sudden, you sleep with one liberal woman's husband, and all of a sudden, love isn't love anymore. And I thought that was a very funny take that I had not heard from anybody. Like, maybe you guys aren't as open as you think.
Well, when it comes to sex, though, that's a whole different ballgame, right? I mean, sex can get wound up with politics or how people perceive their political leanings, but it can really throw everything out the window, too. People who consider themselves very open-minded, your brain is hard to unwire if you grew up a certain way.
Yeah.
And people who grew up very conservative sometimes go the other way.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you're a Dane Cook fan, he's going to do this October at the Akron Civic Theater. And if you're not a Dane Cook fan, he's still going to be doing that show at the Akron Civic Theater. He's not going to cancel it just because you don't like him. I'm almost positive of that. I couldn't help but think, I think we mentioned this at the time, but I couldn't help but think when there were all of those conversations about Britney Spears getting her freedom back. And this is a grown-ass woman who shouldn't be under the conservatorship of other people. They wouldn't do this to a man, would they? Somebody who's clearly, mentally ill like Kanye. And that's a very valid point. But even then, I was like, maybe the people who had a conservatorship over Britney Spears knew what they were doing. Maybe they knew something that nobody else knew. Because now she's everybody's worried about her all the time, I guess for different reasons. But, if you follow her on social media, she's still doing a lot of dancing with knives in bathing suits. And again, she is a grown woman, but it's weird to watch because she was doing this stuff before too. So that part of it hasn't changed. I'm just curious what part of her life has changed. Which part of her life, other than, I guess, not having to answer to a conservator, I wonder what part of her life has improved.
I mean,
because they're like
that's a big part of it.
They're like she's almost broke. She's not going out performing, so I don't know how she, if she saved her money. I don't know what that situation is. But they're like, she has no supervision. I mean, she is a grown woman, but she is somebody who came off of having supervision. And yeah, I don't know. I'm curious. Maybe she needs to shave her head again. Maybe she needs a reset.
I think she's doing fine.
Not having to answer to anybody as a 40-year-old woman is what has improved.
That is a big deal.
You don't have to ask for permission to spend your own money. You don't have to ask for permission to go on vacation. Think about that. Think about if you had to ask permission to leave your house. Can I go out today? And someone had the power to tell you, no, you can't go outside today.
Right.
That's insane.
Well, but again, those were was her dad was her conservator or something like that. And I understand that the issues that people had, obviously, but be careful what you wish for. I mean, those guardrails, I guess, that were there before. Again, I don't know what has changed for her because she was
told you.
No, but I'm just saying she was making the Dancing with Knives video when she had a conservator. Now she's still making them. And you think you'd be out driving or jogging in the park. I don't know what you do. I've never been under conservatorship, but I'm just you've got your freedom. You can do whatever you want, but you're still doing what you were doing before.
Well, that's the only thing that she shows us. You say that all the time. People only know about you what you tell them, right? She's not posting her everyday life that she's doing on Instagram other than the spinning.
Well, no. She wouldn't have to, though. They'd get her out in public. I mean, they'd be following her nonstop.
Maybe she's doing a bunch of online shopping.
Maybe.
Stuff sent to her house because she has money or access to it, at least.
I guess she is spending a lot of money. They said that she's been going to French Polynesia and spends
vacation a lot.
Spends a couple $1 million each trip between jets and hotels and paying for people. They're like, she goes a handful of times a year, and every time she goes, she spends a lot of money. And, taking the PJ to Hawaii and staying at the presidential suite of the Four Seasons. I guess it would be like anybody else. When I started making my own money, I had a shoebox of Twinkies under my bed, right?
Yeah.
When you're freed from the shackles of whatever, you go nuts.
Mine was when I got my first job and I started making money, I started buying my own clothes. It was the first time in my life that I had hand-me-downs there were 5 kids and we were a poor family. So I was wearing other people's clothes a lot of my life. I mean, I got my own stuff too. We'd go Christmas shopping or for birthdays or back to school or whatever. But that was what I spent 90% of my money on, was these are my clothes that no one else can touch or pick out, or that no one else has ever worn them before. I had probably in high school, I was working at American Eagle, I probably had 40 pair of jeans. Nobody needs that many jeans, but every time a new one came out, I had $40.
You gotta snatch it up.
Yeah.
These
are my jeans. No, my brother's never worn these jeans.
When I first had my first apartment in Tremont and I started making money on the I did a week on the road or a couple weeks on the road, and I had a good amount of cash after all that, selling merch and stuff like that. And so I was like, I'm gonna treat myself, and I went to Best Buy and I bought myself a flat screen TV. And I mounted it, and it was the cheapest one you could get. It was literally the TV that Michael had in the office.
The tiny one.
Yeah, and then that episode came out, and I was like, oh, I predated that. But it was this little tiny 1080p. But I also had the smallest little apartment. So
yeah.
I didn't need a huge TV. But I was so proud of that thing. I was like, I didn't play video games on this, and they look so good. And
yeah.
So now, imagine that. Instead of having $200 extra, you have $200 million extra.
Right.
You're going to fly a bunch of your friends out to French Polynesia.
Yeah, well, less than that. They said when she had the
I'm going to tell which friend I didn't fly and be like, you didn't make it this time. Sorry.
Sorry, dude.
didn't make the cut.
Be a better friend.
They said when her conservatorship was lifted, she had $60 million. It's not hard to burn through $60 million if you're going to French Polynesia and Hawaii all the time and spending $2 million a clip. Yeah, that's not hard to do. So, man, I don't know. So, for anybody concerned about Britney Spears' mental health, and if you see her on social media, you are, I can't imagine anything worse than being in a position where you are forced to go back out and perform because you need money. You know, there have been celebrities over the years where they're like, I don't want to do this. Leonard Cohen comes to mind. Leonard Cohen, who has since passed away, he was a guy who, you know, would perform in his younger years, but as he got older, he was forced to go back out on the road to make money, like in his mid-70s, late 70s. And he's like, I don't really want to, you know, I was kind of hoping to, you know, kind of live my golden years in relative, you know, solitude and silence, and he had to go back out on the road.
When Britney went back on the road, people would go crazy.
Yeah, of course, they'd lose their minds.
So excited.
Well, because
you never know.
I mean,
Yeah.
Olivia Rodrigo can charge $800 a ticket. Imagine if Britney Spears did a comeback tour.
$800 a ticket.
Dude, Olivia Rodrigo tickets are insane.
You mean on the resale market?
Yeah, but I mean,
But they
they're
all get-
going for more than Taylor Swift, dude.
Yeah.
Like her floor seats are $7,000, $8,000, $10,000.
I wonder
for an
why.
Olivia Rodrigo ticket, because little girls love her and moms will pay it.
Insane.
She like blew up on TikTok, so that's her audience. Like my 12-year-old niece is like, I would do anything for Olivia Rodrigo tickets and nosebleeds. I mean, head like you say, head touching the ceiling, $400 or $500 a piece. It's insane.
Wow. The Guts World Tour.
Yeah.
She just got big in her bedroom, right? Didn't Olivia Rodrigo come off
TikTok.
That driver's license song, right?
Yeah.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
I thought it was on TikTok.
SoundCloud, TikTok, all that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know anything about
But
her.
Britney Spears, a bunch of millennial Gen X women and gay men who have money. Oh yeah, hundreds of dollars buying up, especially if she goes out because she needs it.
And you figure that any night you see her, it's a
Could
possible
be.
train wreck.
Oh, yeah.
That's the night.
Yeah.
Huh.
I think that's why it would
That's
be
why
the main
you
draw.
guys would go. No,
No, I
that's why
wouldn't
you
go.
guys would go.
That's not why.
No, I wouldn't go.
I'm not gonna go.
No.
Real Britney fans would be like, our queen needs us. We have to support her. She's in distress.
Yep. What are her fans called? Like Beyonce's got the Bayhive and the Swifties and
I don't know if she has a name.
Britney fans. That might have been before they named mobs
Spears
of fans.
Deers?
Huh?
Spears Deers?
The Spears Deers. God, I got to get that going.
That might be it.
There's a lot of things that can go wrong with using spear, though.
Right. The Spears Deers. What about the Brit Slits?
Yeah.
Too gross?
Kind of gross.
Yeah, all right. I'm just spitballing here. I got a call from Renee. She listens in Tavares, Florida, and I'm not quite sure what she's talking about, so maybe you guys can help me decipher it.
My husband wants to know why you don't have special stickers for your out-of-town listeners. He wants to know why you don't accept listeners. Apparently, according to him. All right, love you, bye.
Why I don't what, listeners?
I didn't catch that word.
It sounded like she said
Exempt?
Exempt?
Accept?
That's not a word.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
don't either.
I couldn't make that
I mean, I
just
mail
that
Alan
part of-
Cox Show stickers out to Bureau Chiefs all the time.
Right,
if
but-
she's talking about a special one?
like
she wants it
like
to
a
say
bureau
bureau
chief, Alan Cox Show bureau chief.
Oh, well, that doesn't mean anything to anybody in another state. I mean,
But it means a lot
Just
to
to
them.
her.
Yeah.
But where does it not just say the Alan Cox Show,
Yeah.
but the Alan Cox Show Bureau Chief?
right. Yeah. Well, yeah, okay.
Just write
Play
bureau
that
chief
part again.
in Sharpie when you send him out.
That's what I'll do. Put a BC right over it. Olivia Rodrigo was on Disney. Okay. The fans are called Britney Sears. OnlyFans. Yeah, I know. That's everyone's answer now, especially if you're a famous female. That's everybody's answer to, like, I need to make money fast. And you can, but that's kind of a road that you don't, once you're on that road, not everybody's willing to go down it. Mary's, are you still selling foot pics?
Yeah, I took a break. I was getting too stressed out.
Stressed out by taking foot pics.
No, by what goes into it. That I'm walking
Your foot?
constantly. No, that I don't have time to get pedicures once every 2 weeks because I have to, and then keep them.
No, I know, but I mean,
open-toe
like,
shoes and everything.
I meant like since your move, wouldn't you pivot to the guys who want to look at like beat up feet?
It's not as big of a market as you think it is.
Oh, really? They want them pretty.
Most men want them pretty.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Hmm.
But it's just it was annoying me because it felt like it was taking up more time than I had to dedicate to it. So I, pardon the pun, stepped away from it for a little while.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
And have you had people asking you when you'll return?
Yeah, I've had a couple guys be like, "Hey," because it's probably been over a month, and I'm just like, I just don't have the energy to do this. I'm doing 500 other things.
Wow. Must be nice. All right, I gotta take a break. I will have Aerosmith tickets for you after the break. They are on that farewell tour. It's called Peace Out. They're taking the Black Crowes out with them too. That's pretty cool. So if you want to go see Aerosmith, they're doing the Romo Fijo on September the 29th. One last go round for Stevie and the boys. We'll do those on the way back, and then 3:30 next keyword coming for you. Grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Allen Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Aerosmith one last time. The Peace Out farewell tour is coming to Cleveland. Special guest, the Black Crowes. Sunday, September 29th, they'll play for you at the Romo Fijo. One last go-round for the Aerosmith guys before they hang up their guns. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com for the details. A caller 10, these tickets are yours. 2 for Aerosmith this fall. Good luck. Great live band, boy. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
These days, you have a million ways to entertain yourself.
Are you not entertained?
This one just puts entertain in air quotes.
I am not entertained.
The Allen Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
They recorded this album. Draw the Line was the title song from this album. Aerosmith recorded it in an abandoned convent. Maybe they thought they needed some new mojo. How does a convent get abandoned? Shut down, I could see, but an abandoned convent?
New nuns to take over.
No nuns to take over. This was basically when Aerosmith was starting to fall apart. This was late 70s. And Joe Perry famously said, this was when the band, we were drug addicts dabbling in music rather than musicians dabbling in drugs. And so they refer to Draw the Line as the beginning of the end of Aerosmith, even though it was a platinum record. But they were just doing so many drugs that they were barely writing songs. They could barely get through the recordings. And the next couple albums they put out were a real mess. So what kind of was the beginning of the end until they had their big resurgence in the mid-'80s and then continued from there. But I always liked Aerosmith. They're good. Great live band, and they're going to do it one more time, the Black Crowes. So I'll have those tickets for you about this time all this week. About 8 minutes away from more money, $1,000, about 30 past every hour, you get a shot at one of these keywords from the Buzzard bookie. And so be listening for each and every one of those. One of them could have your name on it. Cavs and Guardians both off tonight. Guardians lose by 1 run. Yesterday it was 4-3 against the Braves in Atlanta. Guards will go to Houston, and they'll play 3 against the Astros tomorrow night. 8:10 is your first pitch here on MMS. And the Cavs come back home for Game 5 against the Orlando Magic. That series is now tied at 2 apiece. I will have Game 5 tickets for you tomorrow afternoon on the show. I got a bunch of pair. You're going to have to go out and find them. I'll give you clues.
Where do they have to go?
You almost got me, didn't you? You almost got me. But I'm pretty slick. I'm pretty quick. My mama didn't raise no dummies. So right at the top of the show, I'll start giving you some clues. You go out and find them. I will hold back a pair to give away on the air.
Not one of your
later
family
in
members
tomorrow's show.
That's kind of a dummy.
I'm sorry?
You don't have one dummy in your family?
I really don't. I'm probably the dumbest person of my siblings. Huh? So then what?
You're the dummy.
Well, I'm saying I'm no dummy, but compared to my siblings, I'm probably the least well-rounded. But none of us are dummies. I think I can speak for them.
All right.
You ever been to Papu's restaurant in Parma? You know where Papu's is?
Sounds familiar.
No.
I was not familiar with it. I was doing my Cox Out pre-games last fall, Brown season. And I would alternate between two locations, and one of them was the Parma Tavern. I always loved going to the Parma Tavern. When we used to work in Independence, right down the street, a couple of times a year, a handful of us would go and have lunch at the Parma Tavern. Always had a great time there. So when we were doing a bunch of the Cox Outs, you know, it's a solid place to kind of get down with listeners. And one of them handed me like a folded up, you know, half the time people are passing me stuff in baggies. The other half of the time, you know, one woman handed me like a folded up piece of paper. And I didn't open it up until later on. And it was a gift certificate to Papu's
There you go.
family, but I never used it. And now they're closing.
You better go get on it.
That's what I'm thinking. A beloved Parma restaurant called Papu's. I don't know. It sounds Greek. I don't know if it's a Greek restaurant per se, but it certainly sounds like a Greek family. Are closing their family restaurant after 42 years. A stalwart, if you will, of the vibrant Parma restaurant scene. Do they have a vibrant restaurant scene? I'm going to say they do. I'm going to say their restaurant scene is vibrant.
I don't spend a lot of time in Parma, so I can't really speak on it, but I'm sure.
Well,
they got Papu's and they got the Parma Tavern. What else do you want?
I got to find that gift certificate, and I got to use it by May 12th.
Dude, come on now.
That's a week and it's like 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Take Gwen there for Mother's Day.
There you go.
That's a brunch day, Mary. That's not
Just
a.
saying.
Maybe Papu's does brunch. I don't know. So, yeah, they, you know, a lot of these places, I think if they've been open for a long, long time, they always kind of portray it like they've just decided to retire. But that just means that nobody in the family wanted to pick up the business, right? I always thought that would be difficult if your family business was generational. And invariably, you'll get to a person that doesn't want to do that. I don't want to run the restaurant. Well, yeah, I run it and your grandfather ran it. And, you know, you really got to have a set of cojones on you. You really got to be able to speak up for yourself. Some people want to go into the family business.
No.
Other people might convince themselves that they want to go into the family business. You don't think anybody wants to go into the family business?
I mean, there's definitely people that want to go into the family business, but we had a family business and none of us wanted it.
None of you, yeah. No. So what does that mean for your dad? Like, who does it?
He's going to sell it or, you know, just kind of
construction company, contracting thing? Yeah.
It's just such a hard business.
But it also has to be bittersweet because if it's something that your dad built, right? It wasn't his dad's. Something that your dad built,
right?
And then you have no one to whom you can leave it. No one in the family. It ends with him.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
good job, Bill.
Yeah.
Couldn't pick up a hammer?
I could, but I didn't want to be miserable.
I don't want to do that. Yeah, you got to hope that one kid wants to take over the business.
I mean, it is a good business and it provided us a very good life, but it is incredly stressful.
It's labor.
And it's
manual labor.
But the manual labor part is the part that you can deal with.
Yeah, those are the guys you hire.
Right. It's the
Bill wouldn't be out there breaking rocks. He'd be in the front office. He'd be in the office trailer
running things.
Yeah.
But also just, I mean, there's ups and downs with it. It's just a very difficult business to be in because it's just so stressful.
Yeah.
My dad was always stressed out because of. Not even that he didn't have. Well, it goes one way. Or it goes two ways. Not having enough work or having too much work.
Too much work.
And then you always have people messing things up. You have people that don't pay you. You have machinery breaking down. There's so much overhead. And I was just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
I like things simple.
Simple.
Simple,
like stand-up comedy. You know, simple.
You walk on stage and you say things and people laugh or they don't. That's pretty simple.
Yeah.
That's like
that's all it is,
such
Mary.
A small part of it.
It's all there is.
No,
it is a binary equation. They either laugh or they don't. That is true.
Sure.
Everything else is, a part of that, but that's why I like the way I do things. Is it is it's pretty simple. I like things I don't like them
uncomplicated.
Too much, too many things, And I already have too many things going on. I want it to be even more simple. That's
Like
my
Jerry
goal.
Seinfeld. You want to get fewer things in your life.
What?
How
I want to do
simple
one
do you-
more show where I make $300 million and then I'm done.
Yeah, that'd be
That's all.
awesome. We
Yeah.
all want that.
Right. So that's how simple I want it. No, I
Well,
would
there
like
you
it
go.
to be just, I go, you know, I don't have to do as many weekly shows. And I'm getting to that point. I got a big announcement tomorrow during Perez Bilton.
Announce it now.
During Perez Bilton.
I dare you to do it now. Yeah. What are you hiding from?
I
That
just
you
was
need to-
gonna do it tomorrow.
You can do it now.
During Perez Bilton,
Look, yeah, like Alan said, you coward.
I guess.
And I dared you, and you backed down.
Mary, watch this. I double dare you.
All right, we're getting somewhere.
Bill, I triple dog dare you.
What?
Well,
Why
now
you
you
gotta bring a
ruined it.
dog
Now-
into
now
it?
you ruined it.
No, that's the
Who are you,
next
Christy
one.
Nome?
Yes,
Right now, Bill.
It's double
it.
dog dare you.
do it.
No, I'm gonna do it tomorrow during Perez Bilton.
Do it.
You already know it anyway. What do you care?
Is it even good?
She already knows it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I
Well,
can't
what?
think of anything.
She's playing along. She's
No, I have
pretending
no
she
idea what
doesn't
he's
know.
talking. It's probably something I know that I am not
No,
thinking
you know?
about.
Something
Huh?
you don't know, you know.
You don't know what you
Probably.
know until you don't know. You know?
Yeah. He sold his
Tomorrow.
muscle car. He sold his muscle car.
No, not at
Yes,
all.
he did.
I got
He
it
sold
washed
his
this
muscle
morning.
car.
She's looking pretty.
He sold his muscle car for another dog, another hypoallergenic dog.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
Who's that?
I've never heard that voice.
Somebody asked Mary. She did like an AMA or something. It was so funny.
It was,
Oh, God.
Friday night. 'Cause I only had one show at like 7 on Friday, so I didn't ask me anything. And somebody was like, trigger warning, how come no one talks about Cody since he left? And I
Yeah,
just wrote,
trigger
'cause he-
warning.
I just wrote, because he's a bitch-ass hoe.
Oh, God, that's funny. A bitch-ass hoe.
Trigger
Yeah.
warning.
By the way, for the record, I have not heard from him either, so I think everybody's fine. No one's crying and, you know.
I went to his friend's restaurant on Friday.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
His friend has a restaurant?
Well, that's the one. She reached out to me. She's friends with Pound Cake.
Oh, that's the space restaurant.
The space restaurant,
Oh,
the
okay.
Astro.
And did you have a candid review?
Well, find out tomorrow on Perez Built. No,
Is
I'm
that
kidding.
You got to wait a full day for his restaurant review. Well, let me give away this money here. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So I didn't realize that was his friend's restaurant, I guess.
Well, his friend is a manager there.
Okay.
And she's the one that also works for the Cavs. So we met her at the home opener of the Cavs game.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
I'm sure we did, yeah. How was the restaurant?
It was very good.
Oh, it was?
It was,
This is the new spot that took
Yeah,
over the
it's-
Hard Rock in Tower City.
It's called the Astro. It is sci-fi themed, so they got all these TVs that are playing different sci-fi movies, including things like I forgot about, like Short Circuit was on one of the TVs, and I got wrapped up in that for a minute. I was like, man, I need to rewatch this movie. I forgot that those things were supposed to be war machines.
Which one?
Short Circuit.
Oh, Short Circuit, yeah.
Yeah, they're like robot soldiers.
It's like when you forget that Beethoven is about a company trying to make bullets.
Yeah, to test
to kill.
We gotta test it on the dog.
Yeah, right.
We can't just get ballistic gel. And then the aesthetic is great. Hand painted murals all over the place. It looks awesome.
A lot of work went into it.
A lot of work went into it. The food was very good. I had like 3 different items. Like a stuffed chicken, some chicken tender.
Now, do they bring you some because they're trying to show off, or
I just ordered?
This was like a media opening, yeah?
No, this is like they were open.
Oh, they were open.
Because there was already customers that went because we talked about it Friday.
I see.
They were there and like, hey, Bill, here because of you.
So what did you have?
I had, it was like a double stuffed chicken, and then I also got the lobster ravioli, and the lobster ravioli was incredible.
Boy, lobster
I can't
ravioli.
Stop thinking about that.
Lobster ravioli is is, in general, a good dish, but you don't see it that often anymore.
And then it is expensive, but it's good.
And why didn't they have a single stuffed chicken?
I don't know. It's just
Was
what
it
they
double
had.
stuffed Oreos inside?
Yes, that's what it was. That was like some cheese.
Sweet and savory.
Cheese and stuff. It was good. And then honestly, my favorite thing were the cocktails. The cocktails were incredible.
Out of this world.
I get it because it's space. The best cocktail on the menu was one called the Princess Leia, and it was like a pomegranate flavor, I believe, and it was very, very good. And they got this other one. I can't remember what things were called. I got all these notes somewhere, but it's like served in a globe, and they put little pieces of mint in it. So, and then the drink is blue, so it looks like you're drinking the world.
Oh, okay.
And the bar manager came out and talked to us, and she's like, "Thank you for ordering that.
The Blue Planet.
These are going to be the death of me because these globe glasses are incredibly fragile and hard to clean." And so
You worry about smashing them when you have to clean them.
get those while you can, because I don't know if they're gonna keep re-upping on those globe glasses. And then
They should put 151 on top, set it on fire.
yeah, the world's on fire.
Global warming.
Okay, you should run a bar.
I should write a book?
Run a bar and write a book too.
I'll write a book.
Yeah, write a book.
I'll write a book about running a bar.
Write a book about the bar you would run if you would run a bar.
Give me the next one. Let me make this menu better again. Go ahead. Give me the next one.
There's like a matcha. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, matcha.
Yeah, there's that one was very good, and it's a very different taste than what we were, because we were drinking kind of fruity stuff, and then you bring in the matcha, and you're like, oh, that's different. But that was good. And then they give you another one that's called ET juice, and it's served in a big alien that you get to take home with you. I actually have it in my locker, and it's got little butt cheeks on it. Yeah, it's like a big.
Is it ceramic? What is it?
It's just like a plastic water bottle.
Oh, okay.
And they put a little light in the bottom.
Like when you go to the amusement park and
Yeah.
they give you your popcorn in a rhino bucket or
Except
something.
you're an adult drunk, and but it was.
I never want to take I will specifically not order a drink if it comes with something you're supposed to take home. Like I don't want that. I'll leave it for somebody else. Somebody would appreciate it way more than I would. Like
Even
what are you
a
gonna?
tiki bar?
Huh?
Like a tiki bar when they serve them in like a parrot.
Well,
or
that's a little
shark?
different because those are pretty slick. But I mean, like, what are you gonna you got a plastic alien?
Yeah, it's in my locker.
What do you do with it?
It's a water bottle. I use it for water bottles.
Are you? You're going to use a plastic? Now, the straw doesn't come out of its butt, does it?
No, straw
okay.
comes out of the lid. It's got a lid.
So it was good.
It was very good.
Yeah, you'd go back.
I'd go back, and I'm hoping.
Who was your plus one?
Leslie, my friend Leslie.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And you kept it professional? Everybody kept their hands above the table?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Freaky things can happen on the weekend.
No.
Mary's car got impounded.
Well, that's the only pounded that happened.
Yeah.
Hey.
All right.
But it was good. Check it out if you're downtown for something. It's good.
The AstroRestaurant.com.
And I just would like to see Tower City just become a vibrant, busy place again. Because it was cool going to the restaurant, but then you walk out and you see,
Is it still dead out there?
It's so dead.
Really?
It's a bummer.
Why don't you use the $300 million you're getting from your last show and
Next show,
revamp?
Next show,
Mary.
Next show.
But I need to make it. But I
revamp.
need that many people to come to that show so I can get that. I would peel them off 50 mil. No, I wouldn't.
No, you would not. You only have 330. You're not giving them 50.
And I don't even think it would work anyway.
Yeah.
There's a lot that needs to change to get people into Tower City. And I don't
There's
know
just
how
nobody
to do
in
it.
there. Nobody goes there.
I know.
What is there? I mean, it's.
That's the
perpetual.
thing.
Used to be the
looks-
movie theaters, but then they
Yeah.
shut those down because nobody was going to those either.
It's just such a cool building, and it's a cool space. Just nobody goes.
Alan, is the bathroom of that restaurant called the Portal for Uranus? Stupid. But I love it. It's probably not, right?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I saw.
But the waiters aren't wearing costumes or anything like that?
Waiters are wearing jumpsuits, like NASA looking
Okay.
jumpsuits.
There was a restaurant. I'm sure I've talked about it before, but there was a restaurant that was in Times Square.
Oh, Princess Leia drink was raspberry.
Oh.
I'm being told by Leslie.
There was a restaurant that was in Times Square, and it's probably been closed now for a decade. But when I used to go to do my show every year at the VMAs, I would go to this restaurant. My producer and I would go to this restaurant. It was called Mars 2112. And it was a hoot. It was a full-on tourist trap.
Closed in 2021.
2021?
Says a eulogy for Mars 2112.
Oh, really?
And
oh,
that
God.
was March 19th of 2021.
Oh, okay. I thought it closed way before that.
Huh?
They tried to put one in, there's this place outside Chicago called Woodfield Mall. It's this massive, massive mall. They tried to put one out there. No, this says January 2012 is when it closed. So I'm talking early aughts, though, is when this, and you would just go, it was downstairs. I don't know. It was under like a financial building, I think, but everything looked like it was carved out of like Dayglow rock. And the bar and the poor waiters and waitresses had to wear costumes, and everything on the menu was like, space potatoes and all. I was like, oh my God. It was just so goddamn kitschy. And I was so overly nice to the wait staff and just tried to tip so well because they just looked miserable.
Oh, yeah.
They were like Janine Garofalo in The Cable Guy, right?
Yeah.
Working at Medieval Times. More Pepsi, my liege. That kind of thing.
They had Pepsi, but they didn't have knives and forks. Dude, I got a lot of tables.
Yeah. Like, would you like more Interstellar tater tots? Oh, it's the best. So good. But long gone. Didn't last.
Oh.
I got to take a break. You sound genuinely upset, Mary.
Well, she lives there. She could have gone there.
You could have gone right there. And you know how good the culinary Times Square scene is.
Oh,
Miss Applebee's over here on a free night.
Mashed moon rock potato.
Yeah, you could have got. Do they still have
cheese.
Bubba Grump Shrimp Company in Times Square?
I am allergic.
But do they still have it there?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Next to the M&M store?
The M&M store is there. I know that for
Yeah.
sure. Across from the M&M store is a sardine store. And I'm not making that up. It's an entire store that only sells sardines.
Yeah. Well, it's probably right next to a deli, yeah?
You can have that. You can have those fin fishes, right?
Finfish.
Yeah.
I mean, who wants that, though? They have some tins that are like vintage sardines. I don't know if they're like wine, that the ones from 1940 are better than the ones canned last
no
year.
Way they can
but
be good.
that's what I was saying. They have like vintage sardines.
Yum.
Oh, man.
Sardines are
Very
good.
good.
The fantastic world of the Portuguese sardine.
I'm gonna
Portuguese sardine. That's
the
what it
name of
is.
it.
Just thinking about that.
Yum.
Nope.
I got to get in there.
Nope.
I'm going to send you on a sardine run for me one of these days. All right, I'm going to break. You want to send a text 35192. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
WMMS presents Clutch and Rival Sons on the Two-Headed Beast Tour. Register to win a pair of tickets to see Clutch and Rival Sons with Fu Manchu Thursday, September 19th at Jacobs Pavilion. Register to win and get more
We're going to go see an advanced screening of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. This is everywhere in theaters. May 10th, so a week from Friday. We are going to do a screening next Tuesday, May 7th. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, the latest in the reboot of that franchise. Cinemark Valley View, 7:30 next Tuesday, and then it's in theaters everywhere Friday, May the 10th. So you want to get the jump on it? See it before everybody else? Be caller 10, you and a pal. Pair of tickets for you, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. A drummer. Or even the real musician, he just makes a noise. If he played the violin or the piano, anything that made sense, but the drums.
100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, I had an attitude.
35192, want to send me a text. You can listen live on the iHeartRadio app. If you do it from out of state, tell me where. Some new bureau chiefs in the mix. Matt listens in Cumberland, Maryland. Lisa is in Jamestown, Tennessee. Greg's in Hickory, North Carolina. Ryan's in Cordova, Tennessee. That's suburban Memphis. Selena is listening to the show in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Wait, Hickory, North Carolina?
Hickory, North Carolina.
I'm going to be in Raleigh, North Carolina this weekend at Goodnight's Comedy Club.
That's near Hickory?
I don't know, but that person should come. Regardless.
All right, well, let me take a look. Hickory looks to be near... closer to Charlotte? Raleigh. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, that's farther east than Hickory. Let me see how long it would take. From Raleigh to Hickory, they'd have to make a 2-hour and 49-minute drive east
Worth every minute.
from
Worth
Hickory.
every minute.
Yeah. You're not performing in Charlotte anytime soon. I mean, that
Not
would be
anytime
closer.
soon.
Okay.
Maybe they just go to Nashville. How far is that? I'll be in Nashville on Friday and Saturday. Well, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
What are you doing?
From Hickory?
That's only 5 hours and 43 minutes.
Boy, you really got your pick of the shows there. You can go 3 hours to see Mary, or 5, almost 6 hours west to go see Bill.
But then you're in Nashville too, and that's fun.
Boy, Nashville's
if you
blowing
have
up.
a bachelorette party, you're in the right spot.
Well, I was reading that Nashville is where, everybody who's rich for a while and wanted to get the hell out of California, they all went to Austin, right? They were like, this will be paradise. And then they're like, oh, but it's Texas. Austin is fun, but you are in Texas. And so all these same people are picking up stakes and moving to Nashville. And so Nashville is really blowing up, and people who've lived there for a long time are getting increasingly bummed about that. Nashville is the next big, again, this isn't overnight. This has been moving this way for a while. I have a handful of friends who left Denver and LA, and they all decamped to Nashville. But it's pricing a lot of people out. And so people who've lived there for a long time, they're like, Nashville is kind of losing, with that kind of move and that kind of influx of money and people and influence, you lose kind of the vibe of what that city was for a long time. And
It's
so
gonna lose even more this week when I'm there.
when Bill Squire gets into Nashville. I've still never been to Nashville. Everybody says it's a great place to visit and have some fun.
I haven't been in 15 years. So
Yeah,
I'm excited
I've
to
never
go.
been. Cavs and Guardians both off tonight. Tomorrow night, Cavs back at home for Game 5 against the Orlando Magic. I will have Game 5 playoff tickets for you tomorrow afternoon. Top of the show, I'll start giving you some clues. Going to have somebody out there. You find them. You'll get those tickets. We'll give away one pair on the air here. And then the Guardians end up taking 1 of 3 against the Braves. They head to Houston. They'll play the Astros for 3 games tomorrow night, 8:10. How about the Suns getting swept? Man.
Yeah, right.
You got Kevin Durant. I always forget he's with Phoenix now. You would talk about a coach that's on the bubble. The friggin' Suns get swept by the Clippers. Yeesh. So Cavs hoping to avoid getting knocked out of the playoffs, at least in the first round. Get knocked out at some point, but keep it to the first round. So Cavs, Magic, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock from the Romo Fijo. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier, and I'll get right to it. I mentioned that the kind of in passing, that anytime the audience wanted to send me AI songs that they had created about the show, I'd be happy to give them a listen. And I got from two different people. I got 2 songs about Bill's farts. One of them, because in the absence of a brand new stairwell fart, some people are really laser focused on that.
Yep.
And see, I'm trying to find both of them. One of them is called Toot and Sail. As in tooting, not toot and sail. This one is from, I want to give them.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Yeah, we should probably go home.
Let me take a sip. No, I just had something in my throat. I don't know where that came from. Sorry. Okay. Eric, who sent us the Mary song earlier out there in Penn Hills. His is called Euphoric Wind. Toot and Sail is from Jeremiah. Before the Bill Squire Tower fart, there was a Bill stairwell fart so legendary it was only described in song. So he gives a little preamble, too.
Love
so
that.
Toot and Sail is the song that he created.
In the depth of the night, the ship be still. Bill Squire let out a fart, echoing uphill through the murky air.
It's like a shanty.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Traveled far and wide, a flatulent symphony. On the stairwell it ride. The crew, taken aback, held their breath in suspense. They could hear the echoes every corner, every fence, from the poop deck to the bow. The sound did persist, a cacophony of toots. Oh, how it did insist. The wind whistled softly as the ship sailed away, but Bill's fart echoed on throughout the day. With every gust of wind, the sound did return, a legendary fart that the sailors did yearn.
Sailors did yearn? I don't like that passive voice that the AI is giving. Anyway, so there's that.
Hey. That's all right. There's some good lines in there. I like the cacophony.
The cacophony of toots.
Cacophony of toots is pretty good.
I think that sea shanty might be like the best genre for these songs. I don't know.
And again, going to be deeper, the deeper sea shanties that you hear. You know,
well, again, you kind of don't know what you're going to get with these, right? Because you just type in some keywords and you give it a genre of music. But even if you do that, it doesn't necessarily. I've done a couple where I'm like, 50s R&B, and it comes back really weird. And so I'm like, well, I'm not going to use that because I don't like the way it sounds. So Toot and Sail, that one is from Jeremiah. And then
Jeremiah
Eric.
on Kiss?
No.
One of our customers.
Well, I didn't know.
You think Jeremiah at Kiss is spending his time making fart songs about Bill Squire?
I don't.
He's got his own show to do. He's got his own problems.
Yeah, his show's so easy compared to ours.
Eric in Penn Hills wrote an anthem that encourages you to fart your farts. And the AI called it Euphoric Wind. Right?
It's a great title.
Wind in my belly, ready to explode.
Now, a different vibe with this one.
Very different,
Not
yeah.
a sea shanty. This one's a pop ditty.
Symphony of sounds that got to unload. Let it go, let it rip. No need to hold back. Fart your farts and embrace the attack.
Embrace the attack, Bill.
Embrace the attack, fart your farts, and embrace the attack.
Yeah.
Breaking the silence, breaking the rules. Just a natural function. No need for fools. Release the pressure. Set your gas free. Fart your farts with pride. Full full of glee.
Full of glee.
Fart your farts, let them fly high like the gentle breeze or thundering sky. Embrace the music that comes from within. Fart your farts, let the symphony begin.
Let the symphony begin. Wow. The other one was a cacophony of toots.
Yeah.
This one, a little
Really making
highfalutin.
The farts really.
Let
a
the
lot of
symphony
artistic merit.
begin.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, they give you a lot of different opportunities to do things there. And so, I mean, neither one of those is, a massive hit. But
No,
the customers are thinking about you.
And I appreciate that. They're fun, but nothing's gonna top Mary's songs, especially the Goodwill Finds. That one.
Double Lunch and Goodwill Finds.
Is
I've been singing
so
it.
good.
Just like waking up with it in my head.
It's very
It's
good.
a good song.
Well, that's the one I put in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't topped that one yet.
You also haven't tried to do
Try to do what?
country again.
Yeah, country. That
I
might.
feel like country is
Yeah,
the,
you
said
might
sea
be
shanty,
right.
I think country is the one.
You might be right.
In a small New York town, Mary's on her grind. She's a comedian, make folks laugh all the time. From open mics to late night shows, she's got the skill. But when the day's done, she's got her own hillbilly thrill. At lunchtime, Mary ain't like the rest. She grabs a double portion. She's always blessed. She stacks the plate high with comfort food so fine. Hear rock country music playing, it's her kind of dime.
Comes
double lunch and Goodwill Finds, that's Mary's way. Laughter and country music making her day. No fancy stores or expensive taste, that's for sure. She's living high off a double lunch and thrift store scores.
Thrift store scores.
So good.
That's a tough one to top. That is true. Now, if you look at the map, you'll notice that Hickory, North Carolina is right between Dickory, North Carolina, and Dock, North Carolina. Oh, you son of a bitch.
That's stupid.
Alan, that fart song has my 2-year-old in a trance. The shanty. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, listen, if you're looking to put your 2-year-old in a trance, go for the shanties there. So, well, people have you on the brain, and they're submitting their own keywords and things for you. Euphoric wind. Like that. That's something nice. We're watching the new season of Ugliest House in America. You ever watch this show?
No.
It's Retta. You know Retta from Parks and Rec?
Yeah.
She hosts a show on Discovery called The Ugliest House in America. And she goes out and she goes to different parts of the country. And each part of the country has 3 houses that she goes through. And all of them invariably, they're either super ugly on the outside, mostly ugly on the inside. These are people who bought houses and then proceeded to really do nothing with them. So they need this like $150,000 makeover or whatever. And so she goes through the various sections of the country, picks 3 houses, and then they all compete. And then at the end of the season, they pick one house, and then this designer comes in. I forget her name. But this designer from Chicago comes in, and they do all the demolition, and they do a renovation on this house. And what you initially think is you go, what were people doing in the 70s? Because some of these houses are just, they're either way too big. Like one house last night had 11 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, 4 kitchens. It was like a geodesic dome, one of those houses, connected to an A-frame that this family bought. I'm like, first of all, why? Anyway, I mention this because that house was in Painesville, Ohio. She did it was her Midwest episode. The first one was in Rocky River. They don't mention that either of those are suburban Cleveland. So they did those 2, then they did Cincinnati. The Cincinnati one wasn't really that ugly, but the Rocky River one, this dude, like a single dude.
What is this on?
I think it's on, we watch it on Discovery.
Okay.
If you have the Discovery app,
Isn't that
If you're watching it on,
I thought Discovery owned Max now or something.
I think that's still a merger. I don't know, but Discovery's like Travel Channel and when
I didn't think they had their own app anymore. I thought
they do. I mean, that's what the one that we use is Discovery. It might be because
I think they merged. I think that already happened.
they might be, yeah. But the Discovery app has got all the ghost shows.
Ugliest Homes, what's it called?
Ugliest House in America, I think.
Okay, because I want to watch this with Grandma tonight.
Yeah. Painesville, Rocky River. But they start with the Rocky River, and it's just this dude. A dude who looks like he's in his late 20s, plunks down $250,000 for this house. Thing is, then these people have no money to do anything with it.
Yeah, you're house poor.
Right. So all of his stuff is in one room, and the rest of the house, it's like carpet on the walls.
Yeah, it's on
and,
Max.
And it's like mirrors. One of the houses had mirrors on every surface. And I'm like, this is crazy, but even in the 70s, who was doing this? I mean, I grew up in the 70s, We had orange wallpaper in the kitchen, things like that. We didn't have carpet on the walls. So I don't know what these people are thinking. Anyway, all these people are desperate to get something done with their house. But this family in Painesville that they spotlighted, 11 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and one by one, she does a tour of the house and they're showing these things. Every room is just more bonkers than the last. But I'm like, how on earth would you end up getting a house that big? I mean, it's pretty cool. You got a lot of land, but they got 4 kids. I'm like, you got 11 bedrooms. You got to fill that house with stuff. So I don't know if people are thinking well, down the road, I'll fix it up and then resell it, or I don't know. But the Rocky River guy was a single dude, and they don't tell you anything about the people. They're not he's a financial advisor from blah, blah. They don't do anything like that. She just knocks on the door. They open it up, give her a tour. She comes out. They got to get.
Your home is ugly, and I need to see it.
Well, these people submit themselves, right?
And so ugly house.
But and they're all hoping to win because the grand prize is $150,000 makeover for this house.
Oh yes, I'm watching this tonight with Grandma. This is a perfect show.
Yeah, the first
Grandma's
episode of the new season is.
Grandma's so judgy about stuff like that anyway, so she'll be she'll be like, "Why would you do?"
It'll blow her mind.
It's gonna be.
It'll blow her mind. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Giving Grandma something to complain about is my favorite.
Do either of you follow the account on Instagram, Zillow Gone Wild?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what this reminds me of.
Yeah.
I think they actually might be turning that into a series, but it's all these insane homes on Zillow that can't sell because the one that they showed had every single room was covered in creepy Annabelle dolls. Those antique looking dolls. Every single room. One was blonde dolls, and then the next room was all brunette dolls, and then the next room was all boy dolls. And they're yeah, no one's going to buy this house, regardless of what the room looks like. You're giving off weird vibes here, man.
Not only that, but some of them, if you look on the outside, they look awesome, they're perfect. Zillow Gone Wild now has a home listing in Plymouth, Minnesota. And they're you never know what's going on inside a home. From the outside, Right. It looks perfectly normal and modern, and it's impeccably landscaped. And then you go inside, and it's positively demented.
Yeah.
Zillow Gone Wild premieres this Friday on HGTV.
Oh.
So it's a show now.
Yeah, I thought they were going to start it as a show. Those
Yeah.
are cool.
So you're
Brian.
what is happening in these houses? Somebody spent a ton of, money done by taste, right?
Yeah.
So some people with a lot of money, either they hired a designer who really took them for a ride, but yeah, it's bananas. Because the thing with Zillow Gone Wild is some of them are really cool. They're just opulent, right? They're a basketball player has this on the market. It's like when they tried to sell Jordan's house outside Chicago for a goddamn decade, and they couldn't because who wants a basketball court and
in every room?
Yeah, people don't need that, right? So, but yeah, this Ugliest House in America is a wild show, and we just clicked a new episode. It just said Midwest region, and all 3 of them were in Ohio and Rocky River and Painesville and Cincinnati.
There's a.
So I'm my thought is when you walk through a house, because some people buy a house without seeing it. I guess they just are looking to buy a house. I don't know how that works.
They're probably going to just rent it or resell it.
But you're never going to rent any
whatever.
of these houses. You'd have to do so much work inside these houses. And these people clearly aren't set up for that because they haven't done, they're like, oh, we've been here about 3 years, and they've done nothing to the house because they probably can't. They're like, yeah, it would cost us tens of thousands of dollars to do this kind of stuff. And most people don't have that lying around for home renovations.
Tile.
Yeah, they're like all marble.
Yeah,
or like just
There's
some
one here
random-
that's in Tucson, Arizona.
Right.
And it's like a castle.
Yeah.
They built themselves a little castle.
And they're not cheap. So they're like, oh, we got this house for, $400,000. We're like, what are you saying right now? Yeah. I like that completely black house.
Yeah, the one, the gamer house,
1.9 million. Yeah. That's great. I got a break here. I will have, you want to go see Under Oath? Back in the day, they were Christian metal. Not so much anymore, but they're a good band. Under Oath is going to do the Agora 2 hours to midnight, presenting Under Oath on their Only Chasing Safety 20th anniversary tour. They got a band called Static Dress with them. So end of November at the Agora. If you dig Under Oath, I'll have those tickets after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS Weather.
Here, we've got the inventory and we're making deals at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
The Meat Eater podcast has been going strong for so long, they're not even sure what episode they're on.
What number are we on now? 530 something, 540 something.
Host Steve Ranella and his crew just love talking everything hunting, fishing, and conservation, not just to each other, with amazing guests.
You need to get out more. You've spent way too much time in the woods.
Don't let the name fool you. It's so much more than you think. Listen to the Meat Eater podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and search the Meat Eater podcast to start listening.
It's time to get stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Under Oath. They are doing their Only Chasing Safety 20th anniversary tour, presented by WMMS in 2 hours to midnight. It is Saturday, November 30th at the Agora, right around Thanksgiving. Special guest Static Dress on the bill. Tickets, info, everything else, you can go to agoracleveland.com. Right there in beautiful and historic Midtown Cleveland. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck, 2 for Under Oath this fall. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, Under Oath started off way into Jesus, and then somewhere along the line, I guess they wanted to hide that light under a bushel basket, but they were a Christian metal band for a long, long time. That's all right. Okay. I have more money for you in a few minutes, about 8 or 9 minutes, another keyword to get you $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. So 4:30 and 5:30 will be your last chances today. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. Every time we have a guest in here, they want to know what our map is. And we say, well, those are people who listen to the show on the app.
They have one kind of sticker, not a special sticker.
That's right. One kind of sticker. I'm always happy to mail out. Just mailed out another batch this morning. Always happy to mail out Alan Cox Show stickers. Maybe I'll have a new one made up for bureau chiefs. The reason that I talk about the people who listen on the app is because I didn't want them to feel like any less of a customer of this show. So to make a separate but equal sticker for them seems to diminish that. I want every listener of this program to feel like they're part of one group. I'm not out to divide people between out-of-state listeners and in-state listeners. But I'll give it some thought. But tell me where you listen. Molly listens in Denver. Jackie's in Paramus, New Jersey. Just up the street from you, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Carrie listens in Richmond, Virginia. And we have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great city of Seattle. What?
I just saw a video on Instagram highlighting the culture that Seattle has, and it's just a person under a sleeping bag, and then you just see part of the sleeping bag popping up rhythmically as if they are.
Yeah. They're pleasuring themselves, having a good time. Yeah, well, that's going to happen. Seattle is a city in disarray. You know, people who've lived there for a long, long time. I was listening to an interview with Pearl Jam last week, and Mike McCready was talking about how he lives way outside the city now because Seattle has changed so much with a combination of kind of losing any big city losing its local flavor over the past 30 years because, you know, chain stores replace mom and pop joints and things like that. But also Seattle has got a lot of problems with homelessness and drug use and that whole Pacific Northwest. They've got a lot of issues out there. But they had a big sex sting in Seattle, big pedo ring they were trying to bust. And one guy was killed when he drew on the cops. A guy named, what was his name? Bruce Menley. Huh?
What did he draw on them?
His gun.
He drew mustaches on them, and they
Yeah.
said, no, you can't do that.
They fell asleep. He drew dongs on their foreheads, and he put whipped
Kids'
shaving
dongs, because he's a pedo.
Put shaving cream in their hands, and then put their other hand in warm water.
You should know better than that.
A guy named Bruce Menley thought he was meeting an 11-year-old and a 7-year-old at the DoubleTree in Seattle. Body camera footage shows that when the cops get there and identify him, that he pulled out a gun as soon as they opened the door to contact him. The cops lit him up. And once they identified who the guy was, they determined that he was a retired Navy captain who had a distinguished 40-year career in the Navy. He'd been in the Navy since 1975. Which feels longer than 40 years, but they refer to him as a 40-year Navy veteran. And, you know, what a lot of people bring up, people who have been stationed overseas, you know, this guy was in Afghanistan. And so you hate to think of what this guy was getting up to over there.
You know what they call it if Mary and I went over there?
What?
Mary, you don't know?
Afghanistan?
No, just Afghanistan.
They don't change the name of the country, Mary, just because you guys are over there.
Did I nail it?
No, they wouldn't change the name.
They wouldn't
of the
change the name.
country.
They're not calling it Merali.
What?
Where she's going to be this weekend.
You're in Raleigh this weekend.
This weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, so this guy was in, I guess they're probably, unfortunately, going to be digging into all the stuff this guy got into, but 40-year career in the Navy.
But he's dead.
He is dead, yeah.
So what does it matter if they dig into it? They can't do anything about it?
Well, because there's always concerns about this kind of stuff going on among service members, right? I mean, you think about Afghanistan, like the Northern Alliance, right? People that were from there, but fighting with us. They had a serious pedophile problem because the Taliban wanted to kill all those people for being pedophiles. So they were like, I'll just go fight with America. So there were like troops that were, you know, fighting along Afghani pedophiles and basically just, babysitting poppy fields. So no, there's nothing they can do to this guy, but it's a very bad look. You know, now everybody's pointing fingers and trying to figure out, you know, what was going on with this guy's 40-year record. He expected it. This guy had been busted before for things. He got a couple of prostitution charges, but invariably he would be talking to investigators who were posing as prostitutes. They got him in this ring because there was a big child sex sting operation in South Seattle, and he got caught up in that. It's like when they do one of those, you know, anytime they do one out here. Yeah, most of the guys are, you know, your run-of-the-mill scumbags. And I mean, they're all scumbags, but I mean, run-of-the-mill ne'er-do-wells. But they always scoop up like a high school principal or a cop. You know, there's no rhyme or reason to the mental illness, it seems, of finding children sexually attractive.
How many times have they scooped up a drag queen?
It remains, let me check my notes. It remains at 0, Mary. At 0. Yep.
How many cops?
How many cops?
It's kind of a lot of cops that keep getting nailed for pedo stuff.
I had to ask my wife. She had a
lot of cops, a lot of
clergy.
pastors. Yeah, a lot of that.
My wife was at a
politicians.
Her friend's birthday. A bunch of them went to drag bingo on Saturday at that 117th complex.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, no, there must have been a lot of kids there. Nope, no kids. But she did take a picture with Dakota Cox. No relation. And had a great time otherwise. But this guy, scooped up.
She gonna hang out with us on Friday or Thursday? Friday?
I'm sorry?
Is Gwen gonna hang out this week at all?
This week?
Yeah.
What's happening this week?
Well, Mary's gonna be in Raleigh, and I'm gonna be in Nashville, but I'm gonna still be doing the show.
Oh, that's this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
You want me to talk to her for you? I feel like
I think I can handle it.
The invite coming from me might be more appealing than.
I think it would be more appealing coming from you.
Yeah, she'd be like,
but you won't be in here.
Yeah, but I'll be on the show.
Right.
But she still likes to talk to me.
Okay. I will.
And she gets to not be on camera, so that's
right.
Her favorite.
Right.
Have you and Gwen
My favorite too, but I don't get
to.
to.
Have you guys broadcasted by yourselves in that room before yet?
Who?
You and Gwen.
No.
Have you ever broadcasted by yourselves?
No.
That would be a first then. I mean, Bill would technically be there, but you'd be.
But
in
I
the
can't
room
see
alone.
I can't see your hands.
well, my hands will be over here, and her hands will be over there.
If there's some shenanigans happening,
Right.
I won't know.
Well, I'll mention it to her. Okay, let me give you this money. It is $1,000, second to last chance to grab this today before we start it all over again tomorrow morning. So don't waste them. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
God, I was looking at some of that Oklahoma tornado footage. Did you watch any of that?
Nebraska, too.
Man, there was one in particular that was going around Twitter of these dudes chasing this giant, just jet black tornado. And it was wild. It was like they pull up on an overturned semi, run up and I thought I had it, but I don't know that I have it. Running up to see if the guy is still alive or whatever, and he is. But
A friend of mine, her name's Jen Fulweiler. She's a very, very funny comedian. She had a theater show in Lincoln, and on her story, she had a view of 3 different tornadoes from her hotel room.
Yeah.
She got stuck there an extra 3 days or something like that because they kept downing. Obviously, nobody can fly out. Maybe
Did they
it's only
just
2
fly
days extra.
over them?
Huh?
Just fly over them.
I don't know that they've tried that, but they weren't going to try that this time.
They should try.
But yeah, she was like, look at, this is insane. And she would pan from one tornado to the other tornado. I was like, dude, get away from the wind. They were far enough away from her that they looked pretty tiny. But I was like, that's got to be terrifying.
Yeah. I wish I had I saw one this morning and I thought that I saved it, but I guess I did not.
Is this the season for that? Is this tornado
Yeah,
season?
it can be. Yeah, I think that it is. But yeah, some of the.
Let me see if she still has it on hers.
But anytime you see storm chasers too, it always kind of makes me laugh because, God bless you. I mean, if that's what you want to do. But just once, I'd like to see one of those storm chaser trucks go up in the go up in the funnel. I don't see any flying cows. I don't see anybody get. They talked to this dude who said that his life was saved because he wasn't at home.
I was at the gas station getting hot dogs, and it saved my life. So hot dogs saved my life. Count your blessings. Be glad there's no fatalities in the neighborhood, I heard, and family's safe. Stuff can be replaced, but family's everything.
I'll tell you what. I feel them. Hot dogs have saved my life on more than one occasion.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Hot dogs are good.
Hot dogs are good. And yeah, so we get this corporate email this morning saying hey, making reference to the tornadoes that went through this weekend and this company having radio stations in those areas and extolling the virtues of those stations, keeping people informed and letting them know what's happening and, kind of giving them the attaboys for, keeping up with what they're doing there in Oklahoma and Nebraska. But it is pretty wild.
My friend had it on her story when she was on her way to the Uber or on her way to the airport in an Uber. There was this old raspy voice because my friend was filming her own face. And you hear this old raspy voice yeah, I took my car and I got right up on it. And she's like, this whole car smells like cigarettes. But apparently my driver was chasing the tornadoes all
Yeah.
the weekend. And she was like, were you doing it in this car? And the guy was like, yeah, this is my chasing car. It's like,
This is my chasing car.
Like it's like a storm chasing car / Uber / personal vehicle. But she's like, the people out here are crazy. They are like so used to it that they're like, yeah, I'm going to go as close to this tornado as I can get.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because you can, I mean, obviously tornadoes can change direction, but usually those giant ones, if you stay far enough back, you can kind of see the main direction they're going. It's not necessarily like the movies where it does like a hairpin turn and then it's chasing you. You know, you got to throw your car in reverse and drop the pedal. Rich in Jacksonville, so Allen, the county I grew up in, had a big prostitution sting. He grew up in South Carolina, and they scooped up the chief of police. Unfortunately, this was in Horry County. That's a bad coincidence. Quentin Robinson was the police chief of Atlantic Beach, South Carolina. He was among 10 people arrested last week following a sting operation in the Myrtle Beach area. Chief of police. He paid $120 to a woman who ended up being an undercover agent.
You get your money back?
For sexual favors. I don't think you get your money back. No.
Do you think they asked her like in cuffs and they're just like, hey, so about that $120 since like
a sexual
I'm gonna need that for a lawyer. Can I have that back?
That'll be my my retainer. No, that's probably considered asset forfeiture, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they scooped up the chief of police. Well, that's no good. Thank you, Rich. But yeah, they always get somebody. But they got this this Navy man. I was reading they caught a couple of weeks ago. We talked about that vape factory in Michigan that exploded. Remember that? And a kid got killed half a mile away because debris hit him in the head. There was like a 19-year-old kid who was the only person to die. This was a building in Clinton Township outside Detroit that caught fire and exploded. And it was like a warehouse full of vapes. There were 100,000 vape pens that were stored there. It was a distributor for a company called Goo that would distribute vapes. And so they had like truckloads of butane canisters. They had stuff in there that wasn't supposed to be in there. And the only person who died was a kid, a 19-year-old kid who was a quarter mile away when he got hit by a nitrous canister that had come all the way from the explosion of the building. So the kid dies. The dude who owns the building, they caught him trying to get on a plane to Hong Kong with a one-way ticket. So they scoop him up at JFK and then brought him back to Michigan. Spend the extra money on the round-trip ticket. There's going to be no way. How are you going to defend against that when it goes to court? Because they're going to...
Because you can just get over there and cancel it, can't you? Or reschedule it?
Well, but at least it doesn't look like you get caught with a one-way ticket.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, if you go over there and you're like, oh, I have to change my flight, and you just get a flight credit or something.
Or don't worry about it because you're not going anywhere because you're wanted for involuntary manslaughter
But that's
or
what
whatever.
I mean. If you want to make it look like an accident.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I just got stuck here and had to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So they're like, this guy being the...
Also, why Hong Kong?
I don't. Well, he might be. Maybe he's from there. I don't know. Noor Noel Kestu. It didn't sound Asian. Got caught. 31 years old. His family is here, but he had a one-way ticket to Hong Kong because he's the owner of that warehouse. They said he's a suspect from the beginning. Anybody who owns a business and something like this happens is going to be considered a suspect. So this guy would be up for involuntary manslaughter because of this. But imagine you're that kid.
Yeah.
Man, don't try to tell me about fate. Life's random, homie. Nitrous canister flies a quarter of a mile through the air, lands on you. You know, we were watching a thing over the weekend about this woman who was walking. There was a family in New York. They were in a 5-story walk up, and they're playing with their dog. I don't know why the hell you would do this in an apartment, but they were playing fetch with the dog, throwing the ball like a poodle. And the dog went to follow the ball as it unfortunately bounced onto the balcony and just reflexively chased the ball, went over the balcony, and the dog fell 5 stories onto a woman's head.
Oh.
She died.
Timing.
And they were trying to explain this weird chain of events. So the woman dies. There is a guy across the street who just reflexively runs to help and cross the street to see if she's okay. I said it out loud joking. I go, and he was hit by a bus. This guy hit by a bus. He's killed. Then there's some old guy right there who like has a heart attack at the side of this. He dies. If all that's true. I mean, but at the very least, this old woman just walking by, hit on the head by a falling poodle.
That's insane, dude. That's like Final Destination. You get killed by a dog.
Yeah, life's random.
A dog falling out of the sky, too. Not like a dog attacked you.
You didn't get a bite.
It's
and
raining
you got
dog.
infected.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
A
raining
dog
poodles.
fell out of the sky
Yeah.
and killed you.
Yeah.
You did something
Honestly,
in a
not a-
past life. You
that's
got
how
some
I wanna
karma
die.
on you, man.
How did your grandma die? She was killed by a falling poodle. I mean, it's a very original story. You know, ain't nobody else going to have your story.
And then the guy who was just trying to come and help.
Yeah.
Mind
Hit
your
by a
business.
bus.
Mind your business.
That's right.
Got nothing to do with you.
No, never help anyone. Number 1 in the mission statement. I'm going to break here. If you want to text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live, you can listen anywhere on that iHeartRadio app.
And now, a Buzzard bookie. Safe.
activity. A crash being cleared in Medina County, Route 83 at Route 18. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Why do so many people buy their mattress at Levin? Simple. We carry the best brands. We have the best selection. And every mattress comes with a lifetime price guarantee, better prices, better financing options, and better delivery and setup. Only at Levin.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I believe we have another winner on the phone. What do you think about that? This guy's a weirdo.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'm packing up my things, I'll soon be leaving. I'm going to Polka Town. It was there I met a girl one evening. Now I'm Ohio bound. Our wedding bells will ring out in Cleveland. That's the place where I intend to settle down and listen to the rhythm of the polka in Cleveland, the polka town.
Still call Cleveland the polka town. I know it's quite popular here, but
Is this an AI song again?
No, this is an old-timey song. Nope. No, it was today in 1879 that Public Square was the first outdoor space in America that had electric streetlights. It was a big deal. You know, wasn't the traffic light invented in Cleveland? Every time they have, like February, they do Black History Month, they always, I don't know his name, but they will always spotlight the guy who invented the traffic light. I think that was here in Cleveland. And so, say what you want. Obviously, Cleveland held a much different space in this country back then than it perhaps does now, but don't sleep on the electric streetlights. Literally, don't do that because you'll get electrocuted. They're starting that flag contest today, by the way. Can anybody submit that? We talked a couple of months ago. We were talking about they want to come up with a new flag for the city of Cleveland. Yeah. They've launched that contest today. And the comments are fantastic.
Of course they are.
Who cares what the flag looks like? The comments are great. I'd like to see less red, white, and blue and a little more green. We are the forest city, after all. There's nothing saying that it can't have green in it. The city of Cleveland will take anyone's submissions, and they'll, what I like is it's not sanctioned by the city, right?
Yeah, this doesn't mean you're going to end up.
It means nothing, right? They go, we're going to winnow it down to some finalists, and then we'll pick a winner, and then we'll try to get the city to use it, right? But, I mean, why not?
A pierogi on a stick. That would be my flag.
Why the
stick through a pierogi?
Why the stick?
That's the flag. That's the mast.
Well,
on the flag.
But the pierogi would be the flag.
Yes.
Not a pierogi on a stick on the flag.
No.
I see. I thought you meant the image of. Oh.
The pierogi is the flag. You put like a C on the pierogi.
I see. Oh, you're going super low tech.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think they might want something that, could gently flap in the breeze. Can a pierogi gently flap?
Less, if you don't stuff it as much, but that's not as good of a pierogi. But.
All right. Keep the flag we have now, somebody else says. There's no need to change it. How about Chief Wahoo with an orange background? It should be a bridge guardian playing a guitar.
There we go.
I mean, the current flag looks like the flag of France, right? It's the 3 thick bars, red, white, and blue. It just says Cleveland, 1796, progress and prosperity. So, yeah, even if you don't update the flag, maybe update the motto, progress and prosperity. So, yeah, a lot of people. Columbus has a much better logo, somebody commented. That's not helpful at all. What does that have to do with anything? Columbus has a much better logo? I wish people would comment constructively. right?
Why would they do that?
Even if it's nasty, I mean, at least you've thrown something in, but something that is completely irrelevant to the topic at hand. Columbus has a much better logo, and people respond to that. A flag is not a logo. This is what people are doing. They're leaving comments. You know, even if you go like Chief Wahoo with an orange background, that's a stupid idea, right? But it's his idea, and he put it on there. He took the time. He got a lot of likes for that. Of course he did. It's Cleveland, Ohio, the polka town. Somebody, I like the people who create their own. I'm just looking at the Cleveland flag Facebook page. I like the people who, you know, create an image of the flag they'd like. A black flag with a cartoon dumpster fire on it. You know, a flag with the motorbike dudes, right, doing wheelies down Euclid Avenue.
I saw one of those guys today.
Did you? Go right down here on Euclid?
He was, he ended up going to the square over there, but like I saw him on the bridge on West 25th. He cut across the shoreway, then went back onto 25th, and then was headed towards Public Square.
Wow.
Yeah. Just doing wheelies on a dirt bike.
Yep.
Having a good old time.
Some people think that the new flag should just be those Tim Misney eyebrows.
That's fun. I'm down for that.
Mm-hmm. So, again, this is not something that the city is sanctioning. This is something that they're trying to get people to submit, and then maybe the city will adopt it. But if you've had the same one, no, I don't know if they have had the same one the whole time. But didn't you have a buddy that was part of this whole thing? Started this group that started?
He did, I thought.
Yeah, it's Cody's friend. I know Josh. He's part of the committee to try and get this going.
And how did they land on that? Why was this a cause celeb for them?
Mm-hmm.
No reason? They were just like, hey, how about a new flag? I mean, you don't sit up in the middle of the night and go, this city needs a new flag. Curious how they came to that conclusion that the city needed a new flag. They'll take any submissions, any and all Greater Clevelanders. It'll run through July 19th. You got to give people plenty of time, 2 months plus, to come up with something new that the city might use. But, you know, graphic artists assemble for something like this. I will be honest that before this contest, I didn't even know what the Cleveland flag looked like.
I don't think anybody did. I definitely didn't.
I'd seen it once or twice, but it wasn't anything that you like
You
locked
can't
into
pick
my
it out
memory.
Of a lineup.
Yeah,
If they were like, "Hey, here's 5 flags. Which one's Cleveland's?"
It's the one that looks like France.
Yeah. So I think that the interest in the city flag might be kind of a more of a Midwestern thing. You know, Milwaukee, Chicago, those are cities that lean very heavily on the iconography of their flag. And I guess if they want Cleveland to do that too, there's nothing wrong with that. The current flag was approved in 1895. Oh, so it's been the same one, I guess. But to what? I don't know. Who knows? We played a couple of audience-submitted AI songs. Had Mary's a song earlier in the show about her car being towed and impounded. No fewer than 2 fart songs submitted for Bill. And Eric submitted a song for me called 1/4 of a Bagel.
Let's go.
A jazz yacht rock song about enjoying a quarter of a bagel and how I don't need any butter and I hate the feeling of being full. I guess those are, I don't know if that's he was listing the keywords he put in there. Called 1/4 of a Bagel.
Sailing on the smooth treasure, with my 1/4 of a bagel, I adore. No butter needed to savor the taste. Empty stomach, a feeling I chase, drifting on the yacht of moderation.
Sounds like it's on 70s radio, too.
Right.
Kind of
It's
very
kind of
fuzzy.
fuzzy, yeah.
Just a gentle bite. I savor the flavors, the subtle bliss.
No heavy meals, no feeling amiss. All right, well, thank you, Eric. I appreciate
What is
it.
it? He said one of the lines was to leave room for a treasure?
Filling up on life's simple pleasures, leaving room for endless treasures.
Leaving room for endless treasures.
Yeah.
What else except 3/4 of a bagel? What other kind of an endless treasure do you need?
Well, I like to keep things simple. Are you asking me how the AI wrote this? What they were thinking when they wrote the song?
They've never had a bagel, so
I
they don't
have
know.
no idea. Yeah. So I mean, it's no Rupert Holmes, but yeah, that's all right. 1/4 of a bagel. I was actually talking to a buddy of mine, the guy that my friend that I lived with. A bunch of us got together on Saturday, and we were just kind of kicking around a friend's backyard, and the kids are running around and playing, and he and I are talking. And I'm like, I don't know. I do need to get my calories up, but I'm like, I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how people do it. 2,000 calories a day. I don't know how you do it.
Bro, 2,000 calories a day is the easiest thing that anybody's ever done ever.
I think I had 2,000 calories at breakfast today, to be honest with you.
Okay, but then you can help.
Breathe in 2,000 calories a day.
Well, you can help me with this then
All right,
because
eat some food.
Well, I do eat food, but
Eat
he's
more.
like, well, you know, you throw a bagel in there. I'm like, I'm not eating bagels. I'm not doing that.
What do you like?
It's not about what I like. I don't even know how people like I track my food or whatever, and I tracked my food one day less. It was a day that I had lifted, and I tracked my food.
Eat more hot dogs.
And I think I ended the day with 800 calories.
That's so unhealthy.
I know it. Well, it was one day, and but here's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how people, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying, I don't know how people get up to, because I had for breakfast, I had 4 eggs.
Eggs are only 70 calories a piece.
Understood. Well,
that's
part of it is I'm
240
trying to figure the protein in there too.
Or
But it's and then I had what I had for lunch, and then Gwen cooked something, but it was just a protein and a vegetable. And I ended the day with you have 1,400
Okay.
calories left. I'm like,
Hold on,
how
though.
the hell?
Are you weighing your food? Do you have a food scale?
No, I'm not doing that.
Okay, so if you're just guessing, then it's probably inaccurate anyway.
Okay,
so if
could
you're
be.
if you think you're eating a full cup of rice or a half a cup of rice and it's actually more than that or whatever.
I'm not eating
if
rice.
Whatever you're eating, whatever it is, if it's not being weighed, then it's not going to be accurate. If you're really serious about counting, anytime I've done macros or serious calorie counting, you're supposed to weigh that stuff.
Well, it's not even that I'm counting them. My point is that I was just logging my food in. But at the end of the day, it was next to nothing. And I'm like, okay, then I clearly have to eat a lot more to get to 2,000 calories. So obviously that's a choice of what I'm going to eat and blah, blah, blah.
Can you do a protein? You're supposed to do a protein shake after you work out.
I do one after I work out. I do one later in the day. But even that's for protein. There's not a whole lot of calories in those.
They're 150.
Yeah, but that's 300. That ain't
Okay,
gonna.
so
That's not gonna bump me up to 2,000.
But it shouldn't be such a struggle to get 1,000 more.
I agree. I just am not figuring out. I'm like,
All right, well, first, what's your spaghetti policy?
this is what I'm saying. I don't eat a lot of carbs. I mean, I guess these are things I'm going to have to up in my diet. And I realize that the more I lift, the hungrier I'll get, and that will I have a feeling that will probably work
need
itself
carbs.
out.
What do you bench?
You need carbs to lift, flat out. Any personal trainer will tell you that you need carbs to make it through a heavy lifting workout.
Yeah, I know. I have
You'll
a banana.
pass out.
I have a banana before I go lift.
Oh my God, you're the most annoying person that's ever been.
Well, I'm not trying to be annoying. I'm just saying. I go.
But if this is the mentality
She didn't say you're trying to be. She said
into,
you are.
Because of what, Mary?
If this is the mentality you're going into it with, I had a banana before I lifted. Of course, you're never going to hit 2,000 calories.
Well, again, this is what I'm saying. I need to figure out how to do that. I'm just saying that.
Hot dogs.
I'm saying for most people, the way that they're doing that is because they're eating crap. And obviously I can't do that. So I'm going to be like, okay, I need to eat a lot more of X, Y, and Z.
Okay, so in the morning, can you have a piece of toast?
I guess.
Like 2 scrambled eggs, a piece of toast with some peanut butter on it. That's protein. That's healthy fat.
Yeah.
That's if you get like a multigrain bread, those are good carbs.
Yeah.
And then for lunch, you have your little shake after you work out. And then for lunch, you have your tuna salad or whatever?
Chicken and vegetables, usually a little bit of rice, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
But again, that's not going to put me up to 2. I'm still going to be eating.
You gotta up your portions a little bit then.
Yeah.
You
that's
eat
the
more
other
chicken.
thing. So
Eat
a
more of
chicken
your
portion
protein.
Is like 6 ounces.
I hate it. I hate
That's why
feeling
you're
full.
Then don't eat.
Well, no, I have to.
But here's the thing: if you don't like feeling full, space it out throughout the day. Like eat a little bit at a time, and then you'll get there.
Yeah, but I'm also not going to eat during the show. So that's 4.5 hours carved out. I already eat dinner later than I probably should anyway, because I don't get home till 7:30. So again, I'm thinking out loud here. But I was talking to him, and he's like, "Well, we'll figure it out. There's ways to do it." But I was like,
This is
"Geez."
your trainer? He helps train you?
He's not training. He's a buddy of mine that is like a big dude, and so he's a really good kind of sounding board for what I'm doing and what But yeah, it's pretty wild.
When you're eating that few calories, your body is not going to do what you want it to do.
No, I
You're
understand,
not
but
gonna see results.
my point is I wasn't trying to do that. My point is I didn't realize how few I was eating.
Right.
So
I'm saying, like if you've worked out before and had not seen any results or the results that you wanted, what about like Greek yogurt? Greek yogurt with some berries and stuff. That's a good.
I thought you said Rick yogurt.
Yeah. What about Rick's yogurt? Have you had Rick's yogurt? It's 2,500 calories per cup.
Yummy.
It's really good.
But
Really
I
good
just
stuff.
called in just running some, just getting in there.
No, but like
Eat
Greek
my yogurt.
and then you add in some.
No, I know. There's all
granola
these things I don't normally eat that I'm gonna have to find out how to work them in. I don't eat a lot of dairy. I don't eat a lot of, so I'm just going to have to figure out how to work those in so that I'm doing what I need to do, which is fine. I was just surprised when I looked at it. I was like, oh my God, what am I going to? So, yeah, I'll figure it out.
This makes me concerned for you.
Why?
And I've said it in the past. That your eating habits upset me.
Why?
And they make me uncomfortable because I feel like you don't have a healthy relationship with food, Alan, and it makes me sad.
I'm not saying I do.
It makes me sad for you.
Why?
Because I want you to have a better relationship with it, so that way it
That's
doesn't.
what we're talking about.
Yeah, that
It's
way
not
it
about my
doesn't-
relationship to food. It's about that I have developed kind of a narrow view of what I like and what I don't like. And that is largely due to the nutritional value of things, because I'm not going to eat super fatty, rich. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not eating like other people eat. I just, within my thing, I need to figure that out.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin. Hello, Kevin in Elyria.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to suggest maybe like a mass building shake instead of a straight protein shake. They're pretty different.
Yeah,
A lot
I'm not
more
doing any of that
dense.
nonsense. I'm not doing creatine. I'm not doing mass build. I'm not scooping powders. I'm not doing that. I mean, part of it is me managing my expectations, right? I'm 52. I'm not looking to get bulked or shredded or anything like that. I'm just lifting because that's the best way to kind of get things, where I want them. But I'm not doing, I know there's a billion things you can do,
Yeah, so your protein's not a powder? Or are you doing a protein powder?
No. I do have powders. Sometimes it's a cachava. Sometimes it's these vegan protein shakes that have a lot of protein in them, but not much else. So it's,
No whey, nothing like that?
Yeah, some of that. But again, I'm not doing, usually when people start talking to me about that stuff, they're like, oh, you got to get this, mass bulk powder. I'm not doing that. I'm not getting one of those giant, depth charge size powder things from GNC or anything like that. I'm not, but because I would rather do it. I would rather do it with food than with that stuff. But I may have to. You might be right, Kevin. I may have to do that.
Maybe just one. I mean, if you get a one serving is, it's a lot more than a whey or something. You get a few hundred calories per serving. Just a little supplemental little supplemental thing going on there.
People don't realize, we play that song a lot, but that Nirvana song, Something in the Way, that was about Kurt Cobain's exercise regimen.
If he were exercising, he would have killed himself.
All right, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it.
All right.
Kevin's making me feel better by fake laughing. Hey, Joey. What, Mary?
I was just going to say that that's a good suggestion, especially if the issue is you don't like eating.
No, I know.
You know?
I know. What's up, Joey?
Yo, hey,
Hey.
Hey, I was just seeing, do you ever try, like, some sauces?
Well, I'm not eating. I'm not eating. I'm not
like
eating. What do you mean? I'm not eating dry food, if that's what you're asking me. But I'm not. But I'm also not going to I'm not dipping my sandwiches in mayonnaise, if that's what you're asking.
Italian dressing, man. We've given you
Italian.
No, I know.
calories.
I wasn't trying to break her balls. I'm just saying some people get barbecue sauce and put it on their vegetables. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no, I would say just mayo is like a pretty fatty base for a sauce, but it doesn't even need to be that mayo-y to get a bunch of calories out of it, and just, shove a bunch of stuff you like, oregano and all sorts of stuff, mix it with a little olive oil, and you got like a super fatty, high-calorie sauce, and just eat it with salads, or
Oregano and mayo.
Veggies in a tortilla. Yeah. Or
Yeah. No. Again,
oil.
I'll figure it out. I was just initially kind of shocked at because again, it's not like I was eating. It's not like I was eating so little. It's that what I was eating had such a low caloric content. I guess I didn't realize that was. Right. I'm like, thank you, Joey. I'm boring everybody to death, so I'm going to take a break. But I will have maybe your tastes run a little bit more hardcore and old school punk. The Descendants and the Circle Jerks are on the road, and they're coming to Cleveland, and they're going to play September 13th at the Agora. And I will have tickets for you after the break. And then 5:30 is your last chance today to get some of that money. That next keyword is coming up to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, a chance of rain and thunderstorms down to 61. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, maybe some showers and thunderstorms before noon. High tomorrow, 70. Wednesday, sunny with a high of 78.
This report is sponsored by Aer Lingus. Your next holiday just got bigger and better with new Aer Lingus flights from Cleveland. Fly nonstop to Dublin from Cleveland and explore connections to over 25 cities across Europe. From beaches to big cities, you can have it all. Get great fares now at airlingus.com.
Hey, it's Alan talking to Nick Higgins with Window Nation. And Nick, windows aren't the thing that in front of your mind all the time, but it's an important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Frankly, it's not a sexy project. You're not going out and buying a Corvette, but it's
with amazing guests.
You need to get out more. You've spent way too much time in the woods.
Don't let the name fool you. It's so much more than you think. Listen to the Meat Eater podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and search the Meat Eater podcast to start listening.
It's time to give stuff away, away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, you're in the mood for some classic punk. You are in luck. The Descendants and the Circle Jerks are coming to Cleveland this fall. Special guest Surfboard, the opening band. It's going to go down at the world-famous Agora on Friday, September the 13th. Friday the 13th with the Descendants and the Circle Jerks. You ain't going to do better than that, boy. AXS.com for the full info on the show. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
I want to be stereotyped. I want to be classified. I want to be stereotyped. I want to be classified. I want to be alone. I want to
Great classic punk record called Milo Goes to College from the Descendants. Circle Jerks was Keith Morris after he left Black Flag, I think. And I didn't even think those guys were doing anything anymore. Maybe they just got together. Maybe it's a cash grab. I don't know. But that'd be a good show. There's probably going to be, obviously, there's going to be people my age there. I mean, these are bands that got started in the early 80s, but I bet it's going to be people trying to get their kids into punk, too. That's usually what you see at those kinds of shows, is you people see people who were fans when they were younger
Bring their kids along.
and trying to, ingratiate. Now, I don't know if you bring your kid to a Circle Jerk show.
Maybe
but,
they're like a teenager. Because, I mean, they probably
maybe.
have kids that are probably in their 20s by now. It's not.
Yeah. That's true. I got a couple. Yeah, so Circle Jerks, that first Circle Jerks record, I was into metal when I was a kid, but most of my friends were into like hardcore and punk. I only had a couple friends that were into metal. Everybody else, for whatever reason, that I went to like junior high and high school with, they were mostly into hardcore and punk. So I was listening to a lot of those records alongside the ones that I was listening to. And that Group Sex record, that very first Circle Jerks record, that was pretty intense. So I will have those for you all week. Somebody dug up an old clip from the 90s of a 900 line. It was 1-900-9099 cry, and you would call if you really needed to, sometimes you just need a good cry, I guess. So I've been told. And I think the conceit of this was that somebody on the other end would tell you a heartbreaking story. You're living a pretty charmed life, I think, if you have to call a phone number to get some sadness in your life. Right?
Yeah.
But this would like air late night in the 80s.
What makes people all over America break down and cry like this? Call 1-900-9099-CRY.
Terrible acting, by the way, in this commercial.
$2 for the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. If you're under 18, ask your parents before you call. 1-900-9099-CRY.
Mm-hmm. $2 for the first minute, 45 seconds each additional minute. So they're going to tell you long stories, right? Long, meandering stories.
And then you cry when you get the bill.
Yeah. First you cry, then you cry again. Yep.
Someone should name something that.
This was the same era where going to therapy was looked down upon.
Was it
You know
the
what I mean?
80s? I think
Yes,
80s
where
is
it was
when
like-
therapy blew up.
I feel like, well, maybe that's just my family then. 90s and 2000s where they're like, you can't go to therapy. Everyone will think you're crazy. It's going to make our family
Sounds
look
like a
wild.
Santora family
I
thing.
refuse to believe I'm alone in that.
I'm not saying you're alone, but there were a
against
lot of people that were very the Reagan years, people really got into seeing their shrink and lying on the couch.
But
and,
it was also looked at as a very like West
Rich
Coast,
thing,
East
I feel like,
Coast,
yeah.
rich elitist type of thing.
It was an upper class thing
yeah,
to do.
It wasn't like, my dad wasn't someone that was going to go to therapy.
Right.
Like, he'd be like, I don't got time to go to therapy.
Yeah, but
I
that
gotta
hasn't
go do work. I
but-
got things to do.
But in the generational part of it, that hasn't changed. It's not like your dad would be more likely to do it now, right? I mean, it never changed.
The story
But what I'm
always tells
saying
us
is
like
it was less accepted in the 80s than it is now. Everybody's in therapy now, and everybody openly talks about it. Even when my parents were getting a divorce in 2001, it was like we were not supposed to do not talk about going and seeing a counselor. If you were one of the kids who went and saw a counselor at school, you were like a weird kid.
Well, but that was the counselor at school was for kids that just couldn't get it together, like they were disruptive or that, which usually
But
was.
what do you think that what? That's therapy.
Well,
They were going
those
and
were
doing therapy.
those kids. The issues they had were primarily born from issues at home.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, is that, like, I feel like any type of talking to a professional, whether it was at school or in therapy or anything like that, was so frowned upon.
Yeah,
and
probably.
so shunned, and, like, don't you dare even bring it up. I can't believe you're one of the kids who has to see a counselor.
Right.
But then they air these commercials like, do you ever need a cry? Like, just go to therapy, man.
Yeah, but also, A, lot of people can't afford that. B, the pendulum now has swung so far the other way because everybody shares everything that they can't shut up about it. Like, to some degree, I think the truth is in the middle. It kind of should be a personal thing, to admit to it or to destigmatize it in a way that it can be helpful to people is a good thing. But to everybody making everything public, that's like a different thing altogether. But I would just, I wish that I had audio of these stories that were coming out the other end of that phone line.
It might be made up. They might have writers for that.
They probably did.
Write the saddest story you can ever imagine.
Yeah. But
I
you're doing pretty well if you have to call that line to get sad.
I have my first therapy appointment tomorrow. My first New York therapy appointment. It's just the intake. But
Oh, good for you.
Is that what they call it? The intake?
yeah, well,
They got to
so
check
this
out your
place-
intake.
This place, you have to do a whole intake session where you got to fill out a bunch of paper and they have to like ask you questions, and then from there, because it's a whole psychologist building, they got like 15 therapists, and after you do your intake, they match you with the best one.
There you
from
go.
So tomorrow is like the fill out your paperwork intake form.
Mm-hmm.
Basically one of those things where they're going to ask you if you're depressed 58 different ways. You're like, yes, I said I was depressed the first time. Have you never had to fill one of those out where
I've
they
did a
ask
bunch
you
of
the
times, yeah.
same
Oh,
question,
yeah.
just
Like-
reworded
Yep.
15 different
Stop
times, and
doing
you're like,
that.
yes, I'm still thinking about killing myself.
Oh,
Yes, I still want to jump off a bridge. Like,
I'm glad I won therapy.
oh yeah, that you finished it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
No problems.
That must be nice.
All the texts coming in during the break, people telling me that I need to figure out my eating disorder. My disordered eating.
Disorder.
Yeah. Now I'll figure it out. It's not that. It's just
Yes, it is.
Now, granted, my mother did put a huge premium on being thin, but that has nothing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Mommy doesn't love me if I'm fat. Yeah, that couldn't possibly be something in your brain.
That's why Marin and I have so much to talk about off the air when I see him.
Just
Is
like
he
me
coming
spending my entire life cheerleading had nothing to do with body image issues. Absolutely
Right.
not. No.
Right. Yeah. No, but that was never it was never expressed to me that way growing up.
Oh no.
Doesn't have to be.
I guess some people it is. Some people it's like, they really drill it into your brain. It's just, yeah, my mom was always thin. I was always thin. So it's, I never really thought about it, but then you get to a point where you got to start thinking about it, and then it's a whole other thing. But I don't know if Mark's coming in this week.
He's going to be in, not this week, next week.
I'm sorry.
He's the 10th.
Yeah, he might be coming in.
Yeah.
We'll see. But you're gone the 10th, too.
Yeah, but I'll still like to hear him on the show.
Oh, I see.
I'm going to just be broadcasting from Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. You're going to be in my old building.
I know.
Actually, you're not.
No,
they
I'm not.
moved
Okay,
buildings.
I don't
I've
know.
never been in that building. No, they moved out to the sticks.
I've driven by it. I've never been in there though. I'm excited to go.
No, you drove by the old building.
When did they move?
Before we did, a couple years ago.
No, I drove by it like a year ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What, the way out in the burbs there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because my hotel was out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've never been to the new digs. The old Flash Cube is where I worked, so you will have seen that there. And Alan, you're passing that on to your daughter. I'm really not. We don't really talk about. I don't talk about any of this stuff around my daughter. Didn't talk about it around my older daughter. She's fine. So yeah. But
I hope you figure it out, man.
I will. I'll get up to my 2,000 calories. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, good luck.
I'll put some.
What a challenge.
I'll put some olive oil in my yogurt. I'll put some.
So you don't have to do all that.
You heard what those people were saying? Hey, put some olive oil in your yogurt. Hey, all that stuff.
It's just realizing that that's not going to kill you.
Well, I don't think it's going to kill me.
I think that deep down you do.
I
that
don't.
You think if you eat even remotely unhealthily, that it's going to negatively affect
Well,
your
I don't
body.
think anybody should be eating unhealthy stuff. Why would anybody want to do
no.
that?
There's a regular unhealthy, and then there's Alan Cox, what you think is unhealthy.
I
like
think the
eating
same.
a half of a bagel.
No,
is
I don't
unhealthy.
do that because I think it's unhealthy. None of that's
Makes
because I
them
think it's
full.
unhealthy. I don't like feeling full and puffed up. I don't like feeling slow or sluggish. I don't like that. People are like, "Oh, I eat so much." I hate that. So no, I'm not. I don't think it's unhealthy.
Do you understand that that's a very difficult feeling to achieve when you're eating the right food?
Yeah,
like
I'll
you know
figure it out.
how many vegetables you'd have to eat 5 green peppers to feel like that.
Understood.
So
I don't.
What I'm saying is,
and
you can
you're
supplement those calories.
You're
with healthy
making my
things
point
without
for
feeling
me.
full.
You're making my point for me. That's why I eat so many vegetables and things like that, because I don't feel like that after I eat that. But if it's a Friday night and I have half a pizza, I feel awful. I feel gross. So, no, it's not. I think the same things are unhealthy that everybody else does. It just seems like nobody else seems to care. So I'm like, well,
our moms love us when we're fat, so that's the difference.
You
My
know,
mom does not love us.
I'm
when
an
we're
old
fat.
dad. I'm not trying to die in the next 15 years. So,
Oh, come on, try a little bit.
no, I'm not gonna try a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Hey, I got money. It's $1,000. It's the last chance today to grab some of this money from the Buzzard bookie, and then we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning. So listen closely. Last one today, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I was reading an article on how all the filthy language on this new Taylor Swift album.
Oh.
So many F's and S's. Somebody broke out a chart of the Taylor Swift. They ran the data on the Taylor Swift record. Now, it is a double album, right? So you'd have to allow for twice as much material, twice as much opportunity for profanity. But obviously, she'd been making records since she was 16 years old, and those early songs probably didn't have a lot of F-bombs in them. But, she's a woman in her 30s now. The new Taylor Swift album has 5,600% more profanity than her first album. 57 total swear words. The F-bomb.
The children.
Have you heard Down Bad? That's actually a good song. I don't know if that's a single. I don't have my ear to the ground on the Taylor Swift record, but Down Bad is a good song, but it has 18 F-bombs in it. Imagine, and again, I don't know if this album was written on one guy. I know people said Matt Healy from the 1975. But if it's about one guy and you're the guy that gets the double album, that's pretty rad. I don't know if that's the case. But, yeah, she drops a lot of F-bombs on this one. For people who care. Because if you're going to sing these live, you know, there's going to be people bringing their little girls. And, you know, this isn't an album for the younger end of the Taylor Swift fan base. This is for these sad, morose girls and women in her fan base. Because they feel better when Taylor feels bad. It's a parasocial relationship.
Down bad, crying at the gym. Everything comes out, teenage petulance. Get if I can.
Oh, yeah, I edit it with cats. Is that okay, Mary?
Yeah, that's great. Have him. I might just die, it would make no difference. Down bad, breaking up in blood. Staring at the sky, come back and pick me up. If I can't have us, I might just not get up, I might stay down bad. If I can't have him.
So many F-bombs. Coming into her own as an artist, I guess.
Her and Jojo Siwa.
Oh, yeah, she cursed a lot?
Have you seen, you have not caught up on this whole controversy that's going on with her?
Well, all I've seen is that she has like a new look and everybody's like making fun of her for it, or
No, it's not even a new look. She basically went on a Trump-style rant about how nobody's ever reinvented themselves like me. I'm the first person to ever go from Disney pop to dark. Like, she went on this whole thing about how this new song, Karma, is reinventing her as this, like, edgy, dark princess of pop, essentially.
But that's what every former child star does.
Right. Well, and then there were rumors circulating that she ripped the song off of Miley Cyrus. That, like, I don't know if Miley wrote it or wrote it first, and then JoJo. So some sort of drama between her and Miley Cyrus about it. And then she doesn't even swear in it. She says, like, you better, literally says effing. You better effing get it right. Doesn't say the F word. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so everyone's like, you can't just do that. Like, if you're going to do it and you're going to talk all this game, then actually do it.
She's trying to have it both ways. Is that the
That's
implication?
pretty exciting, though,
I
that
think so.
an artist finally did that.
Nobody's ever done it before.
Like, no one's ever done that
Finally.
before, and it's like there's been so many artists, and it's crazy that, like, over all these years that nobody would do that.
Yeah,
and
but
then
she's
she did.
She's 20.
She was also
Like,
talking
you got to
smack.
let her figure some things out, and you can't equate a 20-year-old artist to somebody who's, 30 or 32.
She was also like, I'm the inventor of gay pop songs, and
Isn't
went
she?
viral.
Isn't this one big troll?
No, dude.
come
She's like
on.
manic right now. It went viral on TikTok because Tegan and Sarah stitched it and were
God.
like, hi, we were doing this 20 years before you. I don't know if you've met us, but this is kind of our thing.
Like,
you know?
Tegan and
Except
Sarah
Tegan and
do gay
Sarah could-
stuff?
but they also couldn't be less similar to what I
But
assume she's
because-
doing.
No, because of what she said.
Yeah.
That, like, nobody has done what?
It
Nobody's
sounds
done
like a
anything
big
like me.
troll.
Dude, she filmed herself crying in her car about it.
She's
'cause
been in the
everybody was
business
coming
for
after
a
her.
minute now. I mean, she might not have her history on lock, but well, Taylor Swift says the F word 42 times on her album, the S word 25 times. She says hell. She says whore twice.
Did you say ding it?
She says bitch 8 times.
How many times does she say the C word? Like,
0. That's not on here.
I asked the C.
Signed a document.
Yeah, did she say that at all?
No, nothing like that.
Uh,
She says ass 1 time.
how many times does she say butthole?
Great ass. She says dickhead once.
No butthole?
Nope. Says pissed. Damn. Goddamn.
Does she, when she says pissed, she's saying like she's angry though, not like
Yes.
like I want to get on.
No, I assume that she's angry.
I know
Or
she was like opening
for the
up about
overseas
some things,
audience,
yeah.
maybe drunk.
Oh yeah.
She's taking the piss. No, so no, I'm not hip to Jojo Siwa.
Did she say crap at all?
I didn't see a crap. I think crap's probably a hard word to work into a pop song. A sad
No,
pop song.
Tired of all this crap.
He left a crap on my floor. Terrible. No, I only see
It's like
articles.
that feeling when you're really close to home and you have to take a crap.
I'm touching cloth. I only see articles about Jojo Siwa. I don't even know where she came from. So other than she was on Disney, I think?
No, I think she was on that. Now I'm getting them mixed up. I don't think was she Toddlers and Tiaras? No.
Oh, God. Dance Moms.
Dance Moms. I was like, she was on something like that.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
She was on Dance
Jojo Siwa
Moms.
become Jojo Siwa. Yeah, Dance Moms.
Okay.
And then she started singing from there, and then, and then it's just been... I'm trying to
I think my buddy hosted that. Oh, no, he hosted Abby's Ultimate Dance Competition. Another one of those similar kinds of shows. Dance Moms. Okay. Well, we just had her at the iHeartRadio Music Awards, so she must be doing something right to be on such a massive international stage as that.
Yeah.
Her dad is a chiropractor. She grew up in Omaha. All right. What's her real name? Joelle Joni Siwa. Oh, Joe. Okay,
Wow.
yeah. She was on Time Magazine's list of the 100 most influential people 4 years ago.
Oh,
who knew
so
Time
here's what
Magazine was still?
happened.
She is not doing. I have not been influenced by her that much.
This
Are you sure?
Parma-
Not that much.
I thought you started calling yourself
Bill
BB Squire.
BB Siwa.
BB Squire. Yes.
No, I'm Bilbo Squaw on some things.
Yeah.
This song was originally written in 2011 for Miley Cyrus, but she didn't want it. So now, however many.
Well, that happens all the time.
13 years later, now she picked it up.
Gotcha.
And
she's like, I don't give a frickin' F.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
she does say Karma is a bitch, and that was like a big. I'm a bad girl. Look at me being a bad girl.
Well, they're always trying to shed their child star skin, right? I mean, that's pretty. She definitely didn't invent that. If she
Is
thinks
she
she did,
aware that just a couple weeks ago, I did a whole episode of this show without making a sex joke, and that was like a big,
huge rebrand
for me.
No, because you opened the following show with a sex joke.
It was a 4-hour rebrand,
I
Mary.
had to win back the audience I lost the day before.
Yeah. We got to give the people what they want.
Mm-hmm. And hard.
And they want euphoric wind. That's what they want. I'm going to break. You want to send a text? 35192. If you don't want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Christine Only, governor of South Carolina, wrote in a new book she has coming out that she shot and killed a puppy because it wasn't going to make a good hunting dog. That sounds like something Doogie would do. Not kill it, but you gave away a puppy once.
I gave the dog away because I knew I couldn't handle it, and he was driving me crazy. So I had my gynecologist take my dog. I think they call him Lefty now because he had some kind of testicle problem.
Because he was lefty behind by his owner.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. You know, when you have an unused car, taking up money and space, not to mention your driveway, you know where to turn. Sing it with me. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. It's not just a catchy jingle. It's a quick and convenient way to finally take care of that car. Cars for Kids will take any car in any condition with a pickup scheduled at a time that works for you. You get a voucher for a 3-day, 2-night hotel stay and a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org now or call the number you know, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Remember, that's Cars with a K.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like Classic Hard Rock. Just search Classic Hard Rock and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
The General is back at Get Go Cafe and Market. You can say so long to hunger with Get Go's fan favorite sub, made with juicy chicken tenders in sweet and tangy General Tso's sauce, topped with crispy spring rolls, spicy sriracha, and served on their signature bread. The General is back at Get Go, only for a limited time. Grab one before they're gone. Order the General and all your fresh-made favorites on the Get Go app. Download it today and get free tots. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop.
Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. What's that? Oh, I thought you said March Mattress. Well, you can understand why. A lot of people don't want to update theirs because they're crazy expensive, which is why I tell people, you want a good night's sleep, knowing that you saved a ton of money, get yourself to Northeast Factory Direct. They've got their Sleep Easy mattress collection made right here in the U.S. exclusively for them. Everything mattress related, you are set and ready to count sheep and all the money you saved. Walk into any one of their locations, see for yourself, or get online to northeastfactorydirect.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zapata, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Don't sweat a swing and a miss thanks to insurance tokens from BetMGM. Add an MLB wager to your bet slip and activate your bet insurance token. If your bet with the token applied doesn't hit, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets up to a specified maximum amount. That's another chance to step up to the plate and bet on the action out there on the diamond. Baseball is America's national pastime, and BetMGM's favorite pastime is making the sport even more amazing for fans. Whether you want to bet on a no-run first inning, try a signature bet, or take a home run prop, BetMGM has a loaded lineup for all 9 innings all season long. Go to your BetMGM account today to claim your bet insurance token and get your stake back in bonus bets if your MLB wager using the token doesn't win. Only at BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks and official sports betting partner of MLB. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with
Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
The Buzzard. The Buzzard. Alan Cox Show on the Buzzard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Huh? 35192 want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. If you've been watching the live stream at all today, a little tip of the cap to Mondi Slop Stomp.
There you go.
Mondi
Monday.
Slop Stomp. Thank you so much, sir or madam. Cavs and Guardians.
Sure for Amanda.
Cavs and Guardians off tonight. The Cavs back at home tomorrow night. That series is now tied at 2 apiece, so they'll play the Magic here. Game 6 will be back in Orlando. So tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, I will have those Game 5 tickets for you tomorrow afternoon. Top of the show, I'll start handing off clues for you to go out and find them. Will be posted up somewhere. I will hold back a pair to give away here on the air later tomorrow afternoon. Kathy Griffin also on the show tomorrow. She is doing the Agora on May the 11th. So we'll catch up with her. And then the Guardians, they are headed to Houston to play the Astros. So that series will start up tomorrow night. 8:10 is your first pitch here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And you have one more day to use the promo code CASHEW at CLE Clothing Company. Cashew. You want to shop online, want to do it in store today and tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day of April, yeah?
Yeah. Wednesday's the 1st.
There you go.
May.
And
You
then
got
we'll
the
have
May word yet?
I don't have the May word. Nope.
I bet it's flowers.
Haven't heard.
That would make too much sense.
I was going to say cashew was April. March was something. And I have to assume
Clover, wasn't it? Something
maybe,
like that?
yeah,
I
sure,
don't know.
yeah. And so I will have the new one for you on Wednesday. But as of now, I don't know what it is. There have been, speaking of baseball, some amazing trades in baseball over the years. But one of the greatest, one of the wildest, was Fritz Peterson, who played for the Yankees. He died at 82 years old. But basically, the asterisk in his story, aside from his career with the Yankees, he was a pitcher for them for a while. Fritz Peterson pitched for the Yankees for a long time, from 1966 to 1974. But in 1972, he and another guy on his team swapped wives.
Oh.
They switched wives. They fell in love with each other's wife and ended up swapping families.
This was a whole TV show in the 90s and 2000s.
What
Yeah, but
was
they
it?
wouldn't stick with
Wife
it. That was a wife swap. It
Oh,
was like
wife
they tried
swap,
out,
yeah.
And it was always a nightmare. This seemed to work. They seemed
I'm
to know
saying
what they're
maybe this
doing.
was the basis for it, where they were like, this is an example of it working. What if it didn't?
Fritz Peterson died last week at the age of 82. In 1972, he exchanged wives and children, because they came with the wives, with his teammate, Mike Kekich. They were all hanging out at a former baseball writer's house in July in 1972. And the two teammates began to fall in love with the other's wife. So his wife, Suzanne, Mike and his wife, Marilyn, they all pretty regularly started hanging out. And so they did it the next night. And he said it was just really fun being able to talk to somebody. All of us felt the same way. We went on from there. He eventually fell in love with my wife, and I fell in love with his. Now, Fritz Peterson stayed married to his friend's wife. The other two broke up. His former wife and his teammate, that didn't last very long. In spring training of 1973, Peterson and Kekich agreed to swap families officially. He remained with his new wife for the rest of his life, while his former wife and the other guy didn't last long. He said, that's the only thing I felt bad for, that they didn't work out, because I figured we could all work it out. You might recall that Mike Kekich played for the Cleveland Indians. A year after this swap, he was traded here. And a year later, Fritz Peterson went to the Cleveland Indians. Anybody remember Fritz Peterson or Mike Kekich? We're talking mid-late 70s baseball.
I was not alive, so not really aware.
Yeah. Fritz Peterson spent 11 years in the big league. So I think once you go from the Yankees to the Indians, with all due respect, he was like, it's time to hang up my glove. So that's what happened. But mostly famous, aside from his pitching career, to swapping wives and families with a teammate. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's 6 years ago and passed away from that. What a wild story. I mean, it was the 70s, right? That kind of thing was not uncommon. But you don't swap the families.
Like, how do you even explain
You just
it?
swap wives for the
I got
night.
a new dad now.
Why are we going over to Mr. Kekich's house?
Because that's your dad now.
You're dead now.
Shut up.
What's what, Mary?
How old were the kids?
Don't know.
That's important, I feel like. Because if they're like 2, they wouldn't know the difference anyway. If they're
Right.
like 12, and you're like, this
Right.
is your dad. And they're like, this is not my dad. I don't know this guy.
Right.
My guess is these guys weren't around the kids that much at all anyway, so I don't think it mattered that much.
Pretty wild.
Still confusing.
Yeah. Like, just a different guy that you're not supposed to talk to or look at when he gets home.
In March of 1973, the ball players had held separate press conferences to announce that they had swapped wives, kids, and even their dogs.
Even the dogs?
Aw.
Even the dogs. So basically, the wives came with, they took the whole, they just swapped husbands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, along the way, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck had been writing a script to try to turn this into a movie. Now, the guys were both named Mike. So that was one less hurdle with all the other variables. That was one less hurdle they had to deal with, was they weren't going to call their new husband by the wrong name. They said it was a love story. It wasn't anything dirty. We just fell in love with the other one's wife.
I feel like this would have been better as a John C. Reilly and
Will Ferrell
picture.
I mean, they
when
do
were
need a hit.
younger.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're too old for it now.
You think so?
Yeah.
Hmm.
These guys were probably in their late 20s, early 30s.
I mean, just in general. I don't want the last thing those guys do is to be Holmes and Watson.
They're not even. I think they're on the outs, though. I don't think because
they don't get along.
I heard Will Ferrell wanted to be Jerry Buss in Winning Time, and
oh right,
they gave it to John C. Reilly, and that's that for that
really
partnership, from what I understand.
I mean, you got to be cool. I didn't realize there was a big rift. Wow. Well, this says they reunited at Snoop Dogg's 52nd birthday.
Okay. Woo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Snoop Dogg.
You know, he's doing great things for
He
everybody.
really is.
Yes. So I didn't watch that Winning Time. Boy, I know I really have no concept of time, but these guys both look so much older now
Were
than they did.
60?
Huh?
Are they 60s?
They got to be.
Not 60s, right?
I
They're
think
not
John C.
that-
Reilly's probably in his 60s.
Really? Will Ferrell is 56 years old,
Yeah.
and John C. Reilly is 58.
Okay.
Pretty close, man.
Getting up
He's getting there, but like John C. Reilly looks like, look at this picture of him. I'll show it real quick on the live stream. He looks like really like pale and kind of, I don't know.
He's a white guy. So.
He is?
Yeah.
Oh.
John C.
I
Reilly.
get that. Yeah. What does the C stand for?
Caravan.
Yep. I was looking right at his Wikipedia. John Caravan Riley. You nailed it.
I know.
From Chicago, Illinois. Yep. Caravan. He was, oh God, what was he? He was, who's the guy that drinks wine on Tim and Eric?
Sweet Bear Wine.
Yeah, what's the character,
Dr.
though?
Brule. Steve Brule.
Steve Brule, yeah.
Dude, Dr. Brule, those are some of the funniest sketches I feel like I've ever seen in my entire life.
They were
Like,
just
the
completely unhinged. Like, I was never a giant Tim and Eric guy. It was almost a little too weird for me, but that bit was funny.
Like when he would do the for your health.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, so you got stinky teeth, all right? Just maybe just brush them with a stick, and then for your health. That's all.
Check it out with Dr. Steve Brule.
They're so good. He eats wasabi thinking it's guacamole, but he keeps calling it guacamole. Dude, I'm going to end up doing it, but I'd say probably once every couple years, I will go down a Dr. Steve Brule rabbit hole, and just for hours, I'll watch every single thing that he ever did. And I love it. It never gets old to me.
Name of library. Come on along. I went to a house of books to learn about some dang words. No talking loud. Gotta be quiet as church mouse. So shush up. I met a man who worked at a library. Guess what his name was? Steven, just like me.
How can we help you today?
We are doing a show about words.
Okay.
And we would like to look at the library for the viewers. Could we do that, please?
I can take a minute.
Check it out. So what do you do at library?
We have computers with internet access, word processing.
What's the matter with you, Dingus?
It's very, very silly. Think he did those for free? He probably did those for free.
Probably.
Right? Just to have fun.
Yeah.
Do something weird.
There was a time in my life that because of him, I called everyone a turkey. Because he'd be like, "You're turkey?"
You're a jive-ass turkey.
No, he'd be like, "Oh, you got stinky armpits? You stinky under your arms and stuff? Put some vinegar on it, you turkey." I just called him a
Yeah,
turkey.
nothing helps BO like vinegar. I was watching a segment this morning on CNN about an embarrassing sleep disorder that no one wants to talk about. And they were talking to various people who suffer from this. They call it sexsomnia. You can probably figure out what it is from the little portmanteau they've put together there.
I don't want to talk about it, Alan. Nobody wants to talk about it. So why would we talk about it?
The people who have it don't want to talk about it.
This is where you beat it in your sleep.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
They talked to a guy who repeatedly tries to force his wife to have sex in the middle of the night, but has
sleep rape.
No memory of his actions when he wakes up. What?
Is it only men?
No, women. A married woman in her mid-20s will tear her clothing off and masturbate, but remembers nothing when her partner wakes her up.
Jeez.
For a dozen years, a 31-year-old man would masturbate while he was asleep, at times injuring his groin. Embarrassed, he avoided relationships for 8 years. Yeah, this would kill your waking sex life, right? If it was just dudes, you'd be like, okay. You know, if she wakes up and kind of, that half asleep kind of hazy sex, he's like, what? Oh, I don't remember it. And men and women. I mean, it's a clinical situation, I guess, that they call sleep sex or sexsomnia, part of a family of sleep disorders. But they're talking to the thing I was watching this morning, they're talking to these people and they do like, the blackout, like when they're talking to somebody who ratted on John Gotti.
Yeah.
They didn't change their voice, but these people did not want to be identified on camera. An arousal disorder. So there's something in your brain.
Sleep makes them horny.
Right.
They're horny for sleep.
Well, they said a lot of people, they think that they're acting out their dreams, but a lot of times these are people who their brain is not in dream mode. So they're just
in jack mode.
It's in jack mode. And they said it's really hard to study because unless people injure themselves, they don't know anything about it. Unless there's somebody who sleeps with them and tells them about it. Hey, would you stop trying to have sex with me while I'm sleeping?
The sheets can't take it.
Hey, why is my handle bloody?
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's too much.
How you like that?
Yeah.
Took a dark turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. One woman's husband said twice a month His wife would moan in her sleep and start talking dirty to him. And he said this wasn't like her. This was nothing she was doing while she was awake.
Maybe this is how Taylor Swift wrote that new album.
She slept her way all the way through it?
All those dirty words and phrases.
Yep. I bet she went to sleep and taped it. Ran like a recorder, voice notes on her phone, and then she woke up and she's like, ooh, there's a dickhead in there. I'm going to write that one down. I called somebody that. I got F-bombs all through this thing. The man said that the woman would fondle him during the night, and they would have sex until she became conscious and accused him of forcing it upon her. This would drive you crazy. You'd go out of your mind. If you were the banger or the bangee, you'd go nuts. Because then you couldn't do it while you were awake.
Try to get good sleep here.
She would also masturbate and call out other men's names in her sleep, including that of a male coworker, which led her husband to believe that she was cheating on him.
And that's how Mike and Mike swapped wives.
Mike.
Do you know that Mike suffers from sleep sexsomnia? Oh, I'm counting on it. So does Mike. Oh, perfect.
That's got to be so uncomfortable, though. That happened, not an extremely similar situation, but one time Brian and I were both asleep, and he was, like, you roll over and smooch a little, you know, like you said, that kind of hazy, half-awake sex, and he was ready to go and, like, kissing on me, so I was like, all right, good morning, let's do this, and he woke up, like, I guess fully while I was, you know.
Mid-stroke.
And he was like, what are you doing? And I was like, you're what? Like, and he was like freaked out. He's like, I'm asleep. I'm like, you didn't act asleep. Like, you were doing all the things that you would normally do when it's time to do this, you know? And it was a very uncomfortable, we finished. But it was a very uncomfortable, like, couple minutes where I was like, oh my God, like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know. And he's like, no, it's fine. I just didn't expect to wake up.
You seemed fully at attention.
I was like, you seemed super into it. And you were kissing and rubbing and doing all the things that led me to believe this was what was going to happen next. Yeah.
It was the rubbing that gave it away.
Well, yeah.
Excessive rubbing.
Your hands are actively working right now.
Mm-hmm.
I assumed that is what that meant.
Yep. Clearly, you're having a dream about playing Jenga.
Yeah. So, I don't know if I could handle that.
The woman they were talking to said that she didn't believe her husband when he told her what was going on. I don't know why you wouldn't believe someone. She's like, I didn't go to see a doctor until my 9-year-old son heard me moaning sexually while I was asleep. Mom, are you okay? So, yeah, more and more people. These people are suffering from this. They said, we don't know what causes it, but it is partially genetic. So you should ask Brian next time you talk to him, hey, did your dad ever do this to your mom? What? You're trying to get to the bottom of it.
I don't care. It happened
All
one
right.
time in 4 years. I'm not that worried about it.
All right. They say it's more common in people with sleep apnea, too.
Trying to breathe.
Mm-hmm. A condition that they call, are you ready for it? Sleep apnea.
I've had that a few times where I wake up and like I'm ready to go, like kind of going to town myself a little bit. But it's not
when you wake up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had it.
Do you have like
Not,
sex
not,
dream?
not like a disorder or anything. Like not to the level where like I injured my groin.
No.
But like definitely had it and then like been in a relationship at the time and I was like, so how do you feel about it? And then they're like, okay, let's
All right.
Morning.
The condition mostly occurs in men, although more women are being open about it. All right, well, there you go. Be on the lookout. If your partner or spouse or whoever sleeps next to you tells you that you're doing that, believe them. Tell them that you want to seek some kind of treatment. Oh, now everyone's picturing Mary's sex story, Stephen Canton says.
Here we go.
Oh,
And I was
boy.
So vague.
So now I'm picturing it.
That's what I said. Doing all the stuff that you would do to do that.
The excessive rubbing.
Yeah, just so much detail. So gross.
I can't believe you would do that stuff.
Whatever.
No.
Stuff that was in my imagination. Whew, you're disgusting.
Yeah.
All right. You got to go, yeah?
You're not even married.
So you got to go. All right.
Shut up.
I'm going to take a break. We'll come back, wrap up. Want to get the last word in 35192. Shoot me a text. And then you got the Corey Roddick Experience tonight, I believe, at 6:30. No Cavs, no Guardians. You'll be in good shape tonight.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart